over every egg.
Okay, let's do this. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. How are you doing today? I want the desk. It's pretty. You can't have it. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's mine. Welcome in, chat. Chat, do you know what happened last night? Because we're going to talk about this. This is going to be my shtick for the day. But I have 2 topics of the day. Honestly, probably more, because there is some other news I literally just saw. You cannot have what's on the desk, especially not the papers. Don't look too closely at those. Backsliding? It's not even backsliding. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. I was so pissed off thinking about this at the gym for the first time, and I couldn't tell you how long. I wrote down what I was thinking. I wrote down like a tiny monologue. I'm not even joking. Like, I started thinking of it while I was at the gym, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to start writing down. It's like 2 paragraphs. It's roughly 2 paragraphs. It doesn't even have like a coherent ending, but it's like, fuck it. I don't care. I legitimately do not care at this point. Looks at papers? No, no, don't look too closely. They'll drive you mad. You writing down your thoughts? I wrote it in like my phone notes. I say wrote down, more like typed up. Okay, for those of you who do not know what happened, last night, my time, 9 p.m., local time in Washington, D.C., 10 p.m., the Senate was convened, and 10 Democrats, basically a fifth of the total Democrats, decided that they were going to cross the aisle and agree with the Republicans with, and stick with me on this one, no capitulations. They got nothing. They got a pinky promise from the largest group in history of pathological liars to pinky promise that in a few weeks, I think it's like 3 or 4 weeks, they will have... Step inside. Hi, Century Nerd. Welcome in. They will have a vote. Not even a guarantee. A vote. They pinky promised that they will let them have a vote to work on the ACA amendments so that the prices don't go high. Oh, for fucking sure it's not going to happen. I try my best, Century. I'm more of an amateur than anything. I would say color me surprised, but I'm not. Yes, a pinky promise. It's not in writing. It's not in paper. And it was on an unusual day. They never have, they never convene, political things on Capitol Hill on Sundays. So this was something that was like, all right, guys, just in case anything changes, we're going to have a special session on Sunday if you want to show up. Are on voice acting in a while? Wait, what? Which characters have I voiced? I don't have anything professional. That's why I said I'm an amateur. I'm trying to get in. The thing is, I don't have a good enough environment right now. After the move, I'm hoping to get a sound booth built. But someday, Century. I do mostly personal stuff and stuff that people commission me for. Yeah, I've voiced a few things for other people. There's some people that I haven't advertised that they've commissioned me for stuff. There's some people all over Twitch that have my alerts and stuff. Fan projects? Kind of fan projects, yeah. I was almost in the official English dub of Limbus Company. Almost. I made it through the first round of auditions, but there were other people with better sound quality than me, so they went with them. Yeah. Yeah. I was almost in it. Are the first alerts I think of for you and Kono? Sick. Ligma Company? God damn it, Celador. All right. But yeah, that's what the 10 Democrats did here. Let me get the list real quick, just in case anybody knows who these people are. I guarantee you one of you knows who these people are, especially John Fetterman. Mr. I had a stroke and now I'm a Republican after you voted me in. All right, hold on. It says 8, but I've heard the count is 10. Senator Angus King from Maine. Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia. Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois. Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania. Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire. John Shaheen from New Hampshire. Catherine Cortez Masto from Nevada. And Jackie Rosen from Nevada. I will never understand the Democrats' ability to fucking snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at every chance. I am convinced these fucking cowards are allergic to victory. They have to be. They fucking have to be. Yes, both New Hampshire and both Nevada senators. My name's in the Indiegogo credits for Skullgirls. Ooh. Yes, that is also correct, Free. None of these people are running again. So they are basically, more than likely, they were directed to do this. They were almost certainly directed to essentially take the fall because they're not running for office again. I like it. Oh, thank you, Century. I try my best. All right. Chat, should I keep my tiny monologue to myself, or do you want to hear it? Because if I say it, it's going on TikTok. Yes, I am. I work out 4 days a week, at least. I probably should up that at this point. Can't risk right-wingers getting stronger than me. Got a call from somewhere that commanded the folks on the way out to take the fall. Fucking Christ. That's a nice boat. That is a nice boat. Ripping a new one? Listen, it's not poetic. It's not, God, it's not nice. And I don't think I care. I don't think I care. Again, this is on my phone. I put this into the Samsung Notes on my phone. And I'm probably going to butcher it. And weirdly enough, I'm getting the same stage fright in my heart. You do reacts, play games? I do play games. We're going to be playing a game in about 45 minutes. Damn, it's already 15 minutes in. Jesus. Johnson have to finally bring in the rep from Arizona they just basically blocked since she got elected earlier this year in order to vote on the CR in the House? Probably not. Hate you and think you're all peasants? Correct. Correct. All right, fuck it. Let's do this. Because I was originally thinking, maybe I make this just like sitting in a dark room kind of like short where I just say the same thing. Do you have any cool games on your phone? Let me see. I have Uma Musume. I have something called Vampire Legacy that I don't think I've played in a long time. Pokemon Cafe that I played a little bit of. I do have Limbus Company downloaded. I couldn't tell you the last time I played that game. Star Brew Cafe. Monster Hunter Now. And that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. I thought I had Pokemon Go, but apparently I uninstalled it. I thought I had Pokemon Go. Vampire Survivors? I do not. Although I do usually like those kinds of games. Plague Inc. should be on every phone. Isn't Plague Inc. paid for? Don't you have to pay for Plague Inc. on mobile? Look Outside? I don't know what that is. Is great, but had to quit, spend too much money. I have not spent any money on Uma Musume. I refuse to. I do not give in to gambling. Digimon New Game beat Legends ZA? Abso-fucking-lutely it did. I'm on the point where you're fighting, like, the deadly sins. And I need to get back to that. Heavy body horror themes? Ooh. I can't even play Uma Musume? Yeah, because of the gambling thing. Yes, Century. My username is a play on Merry-Go-Round, the circus ride, because I'm a ringleader. All right, chat, let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on a second. Get out of here, music. This is going to sound really stupid because, again, this was just like my random stray thoughts just kind of thrown into a notepad. This is to the moderate Democrats, the centrist Democrats, the establishment Democrats, the capitalist politicians, the Democrats bought and sold for by corporate money, the Democrats that tried their best to fight against a true candidate with conviction in Mamdani, as they've always done, the Democrats that advertise themselves as reaching across the aisle, and most importantly, this is to you 10 that with cowardice in your hearts decided you were willing to give up all of the leverage that you had for nothing more than a pinky promise. You are spineless, convictionless cowards that I wholeheartedly believe should step down and fuck off into the annals of history to be remembered as the pathetic rats that you are. Grow a spine, develop some beliefs, be a fucking person, and not some simple controlled opposition. I wish those words meant anything to you. I wish you would actually stand up for something, but you won't. You haven't. And because of that, in the long run, you will be gone. We will have an actual leftist party in this country. It's only a matter of time before we walk over you or you join and start to actually fight a real battle. Regardless, I hope someday you learn not to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory or to make deals on people's lives for a pinky promise from pathological liars. That's where I ended. But yeah. I hate them. I genuinely hate them. Is also blonde. Listen. They're in biologist. He has a degree in everything. Yeah, I do. I have a bachelor's degree in marine science. And we're her goose. She's the ringleader. This is her circus. And we are her monkeys. Correct. Yes, Sentry, I am. I tend to talk politics and current news. I tried to avoid politics for the longest time. When it comes to a lot of my stuff for like years. I avoided politics generally for at least like 3 of my 4 years. Well, 2 of my 4 years. And I've always been like politically minded. I try to keep my finger on the pulse of everything. I have my own beliefs. I have strong convictions. I was raised that way. I was taught things when I was young that I grew to believe in that ended up being nothing but lies and propaganda. But why can't we be hopeful? Why can't we believe in the image of America that we were sold? America isn't what it tried to sell its citizens, but it can be. We are the melting pot of the world. We can believe in any person that comes to America is an American. Also, hold on, is that a fucking Scrimblow emote? Oh my God. Until politics decide to stick its dick in the potato salad at Marin's party? Yep. In public affairs, consent to being ruled by evil men? Yes. The thing is, I've never been a centrist. I have never been a fucking... Well, I probably was when I was a kid, kind of, sort of. But I was very different as a kid. Almost a polar opposite. VTuber party for every office. Potatoes for everyone. Potatoes. I understand. I know a lot of people that say they're not into politics. And I'd hate to say to the people who think that they're not into politics, well, politics is into you. Politics determines everything that affects your day-to-day life. I'm afraid not, nerd. I'm afraid I will not change it today. Because there's other things we need to talk about today that are kind of political, kind of more religious. That's the fun thing, the fake news. You go far enough left, you get your guns back. You go far enough left, you go from blue to red, and you get your guns back. It's great. Have a good time, Century. Thank you for hanging out. If you come back in like 40 minutes, we'll be playing a game. After the first commercial break, we'll jump into Amanda the Adventurer. Shit ass. Shit ass was the word that Twitch didn't like. The thing is, Century, when the opposite side and the current party in power is literally trying to speedrun directly into borderline monarchical or dictator fascism, it's not about, it's about, are you going to let him do it? Or are you going to stand up and fight? Are you going to have a spine? I do keep my finger on the pulse and I have my own beliefs. Correct. It's the thing too, is like, I know people that like will always say, oh, I don't have any, like, I don't have political beliefs. Yes, you do. I promise you do. Almost every belief is political to some degree. But it's just one of those things. Scrimblow, the ultimate male VTuber. I still can't believe that's his actual model. Right? Okay, so I left because I had to go run errands. He didn't have another model towards the end, right? Is it look okay, all of his emotes are like that, so okay, so that's his actual model. I hate it. I hate it. Quote a song by Citizen Soldier. Hey, cowboy. I'd rather die on my feet than die on my knees. Correct. Have no idea where I fit in the political spectrum. I don't see left versus right. I see it as a fourth-dimensional matrix. It's not left versus right. It's top versus bottom. Always has been. Always will be. He will Pokemon evolve. Win! Fucking win! I kind of hope it's... like, that's only because his model was delayed. Yeah, it's... The thing is, he's supposed to be, like, the pre-evolved form of a male VTuber. But... Get your mind out of the gutter, Sunstar. Get your mind out of the gutter. Don't you hate that, you fucking goofball? Yes, ruling class versus the ruled. And they don't see you as people. They genuinely don't. They see you as cogs in the machine, blood to grease the wheels of capitalism, anything of the sort. They don't see you as people. And it seems like even then, the Democratic politicians also don't see you as people because of how much they're constantly willing to give up or work against any kind of progress. But like India's population pyramid? Oh, you're talking about the caste system, right? You think of India's caste system? With like the Brahmin at the top and the untouchables at the bottom? They folded, yes, Sin. They folded like a goddamn lawn chair. Fixed a lot of problems in the US by just removing the Nazis and billionaires? Correct. And a lot of those are the same thing. But, oh my God. Sunstar. No. It's just little people at the bottom? Correct. Hold on. I know what we need here real quick. I know what we need here. Do I need to get the bugs? Do I need to get the bugs live speech again? Is that what we need? To make people think that they had a spine and then folded and they'll return. There's some people I keep saying that they're like, this is definitely the Democratic Party trying to punish their own base for voting for Mamdani, for supporting Mamdani. Can I be a part of the New World Order utopia when you overthrow the government, please? I have a marketable survival skill. I don't think a utopia is necessarily achievable based on human nature. It could be a goal. It could be a goal to strive for. But things need to change. Things need to change. Use emotes, not my fault. We're out here bottoming to Odia? I mean, wait, that's not right. Odia? A baronocracy? Jesus, you fucking dorks. No, but I think everybody should be active in their community. Use AI? Fuck that. There's a possibility of that. Bernie was about as irate as he gets. The thing too is Democrats, ever since before Bernie, will always shoot themselves in the foot. They did it with Bernie. I need my glasses and my stern arms. They did it with Bernie. He had the greatest chance in 2016 of beating Trump. All the Democrats had to do was to let him win the primary and not force him to drop out. Because if they voted and didn't cheat using their super delegates, by the way, we can talk about super delegates, because they're a very rare system that is almost never used unless the party wants to cheat. If they strayed too far left to upset their donors, they'll overcorrect hard to the right. That's why I think they need to make it illegal for lobbying. Or problem because there's no minimum. There's a basic standard of living that everyone would agree is enjoyable. The billionaires wouldn't piss people off, or maybe they would. The fuck do I know? The thing is we let, over the centuries, this isn't even just a new thing. Over the centuries, we have let the worst human beings in existence rise to the top. Because it takes the worst types of characteristics that appear out of human nature to become the wealthy. Nobody really becomes wealthy unless it's through exploitation of some kind. It was illegal. It was. That is correct. It was illegal. Hasn't been for a long time. Have a good time, Stone. There's nothing we're going to talk about too after this. There's one more topic. What happened? Democrats in the United States capitulated for nothing. They had all the leverage in the world, and then it was just like, okay, you can have it. Okay. You know what? We're fine with this. Go ahead. You pinky promise you'll let us consider reducing the cost of the ACA after your bill passed? Are the type to do what's necessary to become billionaires? Yes. Yes. Psychopaths, sociopaths, people generally that would be unfit to live in the average village, to be among the community. Billionaires are unhinged monsters that I can't even fathom how they think at this point. Like, if you've ever listened to like Peter Thiel or what was the other guy that owns like CNN and stuff now, and Oracle? Who owns Oracle? Larry Ellison, that's it. Larry Ellison, like Peter Thiel. If you ever listen to anything that these two guys said, they're fucking unhinged and basically want to turn the country into like a babysitter area where they say it's like, no, guys, but if we put everything under surveillance, then everyone's going to be on their best behavior. Like they're a fucking toddler at an elementary school. Sitting around billionaires? Ugh. Do anything aside from force people to pay for private healthcare, not even union healthcare, just the same over. Yes, correct. It's bad. It's fucking bad. That's not even close to China, Webby. The thing is, though, with Peter Thiel's company like Oracle and Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison has Oracle and Peter Thiel has Palantir. They want to record and save all the data they can for the sole purpose of selling it or finding dissenters. I promise you, their ideas are not as wholesome as keeping crime down. Fuck no. They want techno-fascism, and they've admitted as such. Doesn't help that Peter Thiel genuinely doesn't believe that the human race should not continue to exist. Yes, it's called Palantir. I don't know, probably not. And if they did, they took it as a fucking playbook. It's just the torment engine all over again. Scientists have finally made the torment engine from the world famous book, Don't Build the Torment Engine. Oh, it's extremely skewed. And are you saying a vote maybe and declaring that they won? It's fucking insane. Yes, I know. It's the orb, isn't it? Have you not heard of Palantir this much in the news? Palantir and Oracle both have excessive amounts of government, both funding and contracts. A lot of the software like the NSA uses software from Oracle. TSA uses software from, and the FBI uses software from Palantir. Palantir has your data, I promise. Palantir knows who you are at a computer level. Tech billionaires have a weird fascination with Tolkien because they're fucking nerds, but they're not good nerds. They think they're cool by being nerdy, but they're just losers. Again, billionaires are fucking losers. Yeah, evil monitoring, artifact being evil, color these shanks. I will say that as many times as it takes. Aye, Vapor. Sci-fi and fantasy becoming real. Oracle is supposedly going to be the company that owns TikTok, by the way. If it happens, if the sale goes through, Oracle will be the company that owns TikTok. A surveillance company is going to own TikTok. Who had the balls to do something right? Fictional billionaire who did something right. Senator Amidala? I don't know. I don't know. Who are you talking about? I can't think of many fictional billionaires off the top of my head. Tony Stark? Tony Stark was also a weapons manufacturer. Bruce Wayne? Okay, kind of. Granted, like, Bruce Wayne was a pretty cool superhero. At the same time, him actually spending the money he spent to be Batman on, like, public services would have been better money spent and significantly reduced, like, the amount of crime in the city. Same thing with Green Arrow. I forget Green Arrow is a billionaire in the DC universe. Strawberry Parfait. That's the first one. I like that. Tony Stark only looks cool because of Downey Jr. Maybe. Thing is, though, even in the comics, Tony is still like a narcissist and an asshole who occasionally does selfless things to beat up ancient demons. He also has, what is it? Moon Knight also has like multiple personality syndrome. Yeah, what stops crime? Not giving people reason to commit crime. There's an underlying reason to committing crime. And it's not just, I like committing crime 99% of the time. Danny Randis? Is he? Was he? A private security company and neighborhood watch? Not even that. Building like safe places for injections. Instituting a localized, maybe universal basic income for his city with the amount of money that he brought in from basically all around the world because he was a weapons manufacturer. Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce? For having a hard life? It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah, that's one way. Like, people that sell drugs, they don't often sell drugs because they absolutely want to sell drugs. They sell drugs because it's the only way to make a living in a defunded, like, neighborhood or section in a town that has, like, nothing else going for them. Who went to the Himalayas to study karate? Yep. Nothing stops crime like a job. It's not even like a job, like stability. Just having stability. If you could go to a drug dealer and tell him, here's an apartment, here's a job lined up that'll pay for that apartment and more, do you think he's going to keep selling drugs? Unlikely. Unlikely. Does, outside of being Batman, some stories do show him making an effort. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about, like, a lot of the comics is there's a lot of good depictions of Bruce Wayne and how he, like, actually helps his villains and stuff. And those are good moments. But it's sometimes at those moments you look at it and you start to think, what else is there? What other things could Bruce have done than beating up people in the street? True, Bruce Wayne is the mask and Batman is the face, which is why when he holds the lasso of truth and they ask him who he is, he says Batman. Taking accountability, sees Stark's weapons in Afghanistan, Tony. Well, I'm not my company. Ugh. Folks that believe in mindset to think it'll make them millions. It won't. But also, kind of speaking of drug dealers, this will be relevant. I promise we'll come around to it. Has anybody seen the woman on TikTok talking about, not talking about necessarily, she's been calling churches, she's been calling religious institutions, pretending to be a woman who needs baby formula. She plays a crying baby in the background. She says that she's run out of formula as of last night and she's been calling around trying to get help. And she's been calling churches and religious institutions all over the United States. I think she's up to like 30 something right now. How many of them do you think offered help, chat? She's past 30. I think she's past 40 now, if I remember correctly. 0? No, that's a little lower than I expected. Correct. No, this is all over fake. Tons of denominations, multiple religious locations. 10. The answer is 10. Less than 30%. Less than 30%. Do you want to know the ones that said no? Mega churches. Churches of celebrities. Charlie Kirk's church said no. Some of them were even like, oh, we only have benevolence for our congregation. Mind you, these are places that have congregations of 20,000 plus. Do you know who said yes? You would know who said yes? Pregnancy centers. Pregnancy centers said yes. An old man running an Appalachian church in Kentucky said yes and was even willing to drive it to her as well as ask her what flavor she would like. Yes, the Islamic Center of Charlotte, the ICC, asked only 2 questions. Where are you? And how much do you need? The temple, the Satanic Temple said yes. And those are like the only yeses. There's very few. Again, this is a social experiment. She tells them at the end she doesn't actually take like the baby formula or the money or anything. But the thing out of all of them, though, which is very funny because if you scroll TikTok long enough, you start finding people that are like disgusted with these like mega churches, the Christian churches that are saying no. There's even some of the pastors from some of these churches that are going on TikTok or getting recorded during their sermon because Sunday was yesterday, so they had their sermons. And they're, the only way I can describe them is heinous monsters. Heinous monsters. Second smartest scientist, the second most powerful sorcerer. Is that why he hates Reed and Doctor Strange? Not even answering her? Yeah. And the thing is now is I bet a lot of those churches are now expecting her to call. And I like seeing a lot of the people that are saying, though, they're like, this is the... Also, I'm sorry, Jay. Thank you so much for the resub. Holy shit. I'm sorry I missed that a minute ago. Damn. Home several hours early and able to take a nap while listening there. And hell yeah. Hates Reed? Absolutely hates Reed. I mean, have you seen Copeland? Bro looks like a literal demon in a poorly made flesh suit. Correct. But, oh yeah, he loathes Reed. But no, that's side thing. We're on this right now. It's, the funny thing too is I'm getting a mix of videos and I agree with this one person I saw. She goes from being like, those of us that were raised in Christianity or anything, we're not surprised. This is the exact anticipated reason. We've known this. People that left churches or organized religion are not surprised. It's just... Why are you surprised? Dr. Doom is Valerie Reed's godfather? Yep. We're done with Marvel. Stop talking about Marvel. Our businesses, you need a business license with a tax ID to operate a religious thing. The thing is, though, is what is it? 501c3? They're 501c3 certified, meaning they don't pay taxes. These institutions that basically filed saying that they, one, when you file for a 501c3, you can, one, not be a political institution, meaning you could not condone any political acts of any kind from this location. 2, you have to be giving to charity. You have to have a certain amount of charity that like goes out. Because 501c3, I believe, is nonprofits. I'm pretty sure it's nonprofit. So everything has to go somewhere. Paychecks, charity, donations, community work, whatever. Oh, yeah. And the thing is she's basically proving a point that at this rate, every church should just be taxed. Fuck it. Fuck it. Every single church should be taxed. But also, aside from that, it's also done a really wondrous job of people seeing, like, how compassionate Muslims are. I cannot tell you how many comments and, like, videos I've seen of people being like, seeing that woman and seeing how willing the imam was willing to go for that woman really kind of convinced me to go check out my local mosque. And there's even, like, some people that already jumped straight to, like, considering converting because they were so disgusted by the way that Christians were acting on the phone. Because if you find her videos, she's like, she pulls up their like Google landing page and then she calls them live. Not, I think she has been streaming it live. I'm pretty sure I saw it yesterday that she was live. But I've seen the videos, which are the cut sections for each location. Church of Satan, from all reports I've heard, they seem to be genuinely good people in charge of that group. Correct. It's because the like temple of the Satanic Temple is a atheist organization. Yes. Correct. Exactly, Hectic. Exactly. And there was one of the preachers, I'm not even joking, one of the preachers from the places that said no said, of course, the Muslims said yes. They're obligated for charity. We're not obligated to do charity. And I don't think he heard himself. I don't know what to say. When I saw the video of the pastor saying that, I was like, then what's the fucking point? Why do you exist? Yeah, so we're not doing it. What? Are we reading the same book? Was he drunk? I don't think so. It was the Satanic Temple. It wasn't. I don't think it was the Church of Satan. The statistically negligible Samaritan? Ugh. Your neighbors? Those of you around you? Somebody get the fucking whip and start flipping tables. Jesus Christ, dude. Aren't tangential? No, those are two different entities. I'm actually, well, technically, I used to be a card-carrying member of the Satanic Temple. I got rid of that card a while ago because I thought it was cringy to have it. Had my name and everything on it too. Was there any that offered to help because the requirement to do charity is also a tenet of Judaism? I don't remember. I don't remember if she called any synagogues or anything. Maybe she did. I'd have to find the chart. Let me see. Her name was Nicole. Let me see. Maybe this news article will have her account name. Oh, it's not Nicole. It's Nicolene Monroe. Let's see if I can find her page. Because I know somebody's been doing a spreadsheet. So maybe... Let's see. Newest... Wait, what is this? Oh, somebody made a data sheet. It doesn't actually look like it. I'm looking at the data. So the places asked were one mosque, one Buddhist temple, one Black Protestant, two Mormon. No, wait, it's okay. No, yeah, three Mormon total. No, hold on. I'm struggling to check these colors because they have like three different greens for it. Okay, it was two Mormon. Yeah, okay. Two Mormon, three Catholic, 9 Protestant Christian, no like specifics, just Protestant, 9 independent or non-traditional denominations, and 9 evangelical and Baptist ones. For the evangelical, 0 churches said yes. They all said no. For the independent, 7 of the 9 said no. For the Protestant Christians, 7 of the 9 said no. For the Catholic, 2 of 3 said yes. For the Mormon, both, there's only 2 for the Mormons, said no. For the Black Protestant, 1 was asked, 1 said yes. For the Buddhist temple, they said yes. And for the mosque, they said yes. Shockingly, out of the Christian denominations here, Catholic is the best one. They have the highest statistic. Sub-religions all argue about the proper way to religion. That religion is just a fucking joke? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, to give to the poor and needy. Then he will say to those on his left, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, you gave me no drink. And I was a stranger, and you did not welcome me. Naked, and you did not clothe me. Sick and in prison, you did not visit me. Then they also will answer, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or stranger or naked or sick or in prison and did not minister to you? Then he will answer them saying, truly I say to you, as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. And these will go away in eternal punishment for the righteous into eternal life. So they're pretty normal for the Mormon church. Yeah, that's not surprising. Super serious about community outreach. Very much. Naked, naked. Naked, naked, naked. What? How else would I say it? Naked, naked. Are you a bit knackered? Knackered? Your knack is in a twist. Naked. Nike. Let it be naked. You sound like a granny. What do you mean? Oh God, not the strip. Good Lord. I was gonna say though, I think one of the cutest things I've seen from this woman doing is a lot of the people that have said yes have come out afterwards and at their services and stuff, the ones that said yes, and they've been like, it felt like I was given a spontaneous test from God and succeeded. I stuck to my religious convictions, the things I believed in, and I did right by whichever God they believe in. And I just think that's sweet. I think that's sweet. I have that weird mix of like, if you need a God to tell you how to be a good person, then you're not a good person from scratch. But at the same time, the people that do good because of the deity they believe in is an overall positive. I think it's the negative people that say shit that's like, well, without religion, how are you going to have a moral compass? If you need religion as your moral compass, then I'd hate to tell you, you're a bad person. Yeah, where are you and how much? Like, there wasn't like, are you a member of the congregation? Are you Muslim? Are you anything? The guy was just like, we'll make it work. As they pick up the phone. I have seen somebody too that made a, she made a video that was basically, this was a second person, like cutting it. Do your checks clear? It's not even about getting checks. Like, she's not even looking for money. She was just looking for baby formula, like 1 can of baby formula. I wouldn't even think it's think fast, chuckle fuck. It's just one of those things that I don't think they even realized at the time. It's like a quick time event of like, I'll do whatever it takes to help. Yeah, we'll get you the baby formula. You came to us needing help, and in your time of need, the least I can do is get a can of baby formula. And asking for baby formula and not, I need money? Yes. Are forced to get married for them. That's right, without a moral compass, who is to say they're wrong? Wait, what are you on about, Akka? Hi, Jade. I was gonna say, having a moral compass is something that I feel like every person should have. And there should be a general understanding of things that are right and wrong. It's not always necessary that religion is the one for every person. That's what I was saying, though. It's this weird, like, in-between station of me being like, religion does good by a lot of people, And then there's people that like use their religion as some sort of like crutch to say that religion is the only way to be a good person, which is just vehemently wrong. Apex Peeper. I read that as Reaper for a second, and then I was like, wait, that doesn't say Reaper. By a mob and the minister comes out with the bat at you? Wait, are you asking for shelter? I mean, I've literally seen churches like in history in the United States have housed murderers. Like basically things that's like they were caught in the act of basically beating someone to death in the streets, and they ran into the church, and the church still protected them because of the right of sanctuary. Yeah, exactly. Religions were technically formed as a way of control. Thank you for self-care, Bucky. Also, I do know I owe some people some squats, so I haven't forgotten those, I promise. Actually work? In some places. In some places it works. Only in the US, only certain states still respect it. The thing is, though, is I'm pretty sure the right of sanctuary in a lot of places, especially even under certain doctrines, only lasts a certain amount of time. Exactly, Hectic. Exactly. Religion is a tool for community and connection, and to come to a beneficial understanding with your fellow man. Mattress Max saying, yeah, come on in and sleep on displays when Joel Osteen said you can't sleep here. We just had the carpets cleaned. Not to mention he locked people out during a hurricane in Houston. Oh yeah, it doesn't stand up. It almost never stands up, but people still try it to this day. Oh, I hate Joel Osteen too. That man should be taxed into oblivion. I actually used to know somebody when I was in college that as a kid went to his church. Yeah, it's something, I think it's like 48 hours or 72 hours. It's something like that. But I don't know. Is Boobology adhere to the tenets set forth in the holiest of books, the Holy Bible, blessed the Great Curve? Hi, Technomancer. How are you doing? Yeah, it's mostly just so that you can get your affairs in order and have a good defense instead of being rounded up by whatever law enforcement is and thrown right into a court and having no idea what's going on. When things kind of used to be that quick. Actually, hold on. Let me look at that data thing again. How many were there total? 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9. 11. Okay, this is out of date. This has to be out of date because this is wait, no, I'm wrong. The large numbers are at the end. Let's do it backwards then. 9, 16, 23, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 35. Okay, there's 35 on this chart that this person posted. But okay. I remember the meme of a donatology? Busting in churches to arrest people, that even the Catholic Archbishop of LA gave special permission for folks in the Latin community. They didn't have to show up in person to mass for their safety. Yep. 2003 to 2009, Pastafarianism could be put on your dog tags. Yeah, they still technically can because it's still a religion recognized by the United States government. Who remembers the people that would used to get their official IDs and stuff done with wearing a pasta strainer on their head? For modern church sanctuary, depends on the individual case and can last for weeks, months, or even over a year. However, the concept of sanctuary in a church is not legally protected in the United States, so authorities can enter with a warrant to make an arrest, though they may choose not to for a period of time. Yep. Curvaceous women's asses. Amazing. Jedi as his religion. Yep. Yep, Iron Man. But here, just in case if anybody wants to check out this woman's TikTok page. There she is. Just in case. Okay, we're getting close to the ad break. Chat, you want some positive news? Ish. Positive news ish, because the bar is on the fucking floor. The Supreme Court rejected Kim Davis's bid to overturn same-sex marriage. The Supreme Court unanimously, mind you, unanimously agreed to turn away Kim Davis's case. Get shit on, Miss Ma'am, with your 4 divorces, trying to challenge, quote, the sanctity of marriage. Nice. We get to stay gay! Excellent. Excellent. All right. Yeah, she's had 4 divorces. Apparently 2 of them, I heard somewhere, 2 of them were from the same man. Off topic? Which part? Oh, I know Dinoblade. The dinosaur sword, like, Souls-like. Up to 40 days in medieval England. Afterward, you either had to come out or leave the country. Ooh. Guys, in this tent, not on my watch. Also bans censorship of manga and anime. Oh. Really? Huh. So So they've basically freed manga and anime as a like, what have they done? Have they like marked it as like a cultural product that should not be censored? Oh, those already exist, then. If you've been seeing censored like hentai and stuff, it's because you're watching on sites that only have the censored version. The decensored version exists, I promise you. Is the divorce the reason why she did it? Did what? No, the reason she was trying to get them to overturn the like gay marriage thing was because she lost her case 10 years ago and still owes $100,000 in damages on the case that she lost. And she was trying to argue against it, saying that it was in fact her right, religious right, basically, to discriminate against those people. And she shouldn't have to pay the damages costs. She basically just didn't want to pay the $100,000 that she owed to the people that she basically wronged. But no, that was as of 10 years ago. She had 4 divorces. Probably still the same count, right? Yeah, she broke on her ass. And she was desperate to get that ruling all the way up to the Supreme Court. And I'm sure there was some Republicans out there that really wanted it to be heard, and for the mostly conservative Supreme Court to overrule it and therefore drop gay marriage legality down to the state level. In which case you would probably see places like Texas and Florida try to ban gay marriages because they're just that heinous. All right. Okay. We have 2 minutes until the ad break. Let me go ahead and get one of the games up for y'all. We'll do stream pairs today. Stream pairs it is. Because I think, what was it, Thursday we did words? I'm pretty sure we did words because somebody said that they missed words. Okay. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity, yoinkity, yoink. Don't pair the streams? Yeah, we're not doing it. Looking to you, Greg Abbott, so people cannot pass away fast enough. Yeah. Chuck Schumer. Mitch McConnell. The toupee that sits in the Oval Office. Time to lock in on one card and never have its match revealed? Correct. It feels like that sometimes. Bitch McConnell? Yes, the turtley man. The man's so turtly, he is in fact too turtly for the Turtle Club. Are you going to continue playing horror games? We're playing Amanda the Adventurer today. Yes. After the commercial break, we're going to get right into Amanda. I had my lecture. Exactly, Kelvin. Kelvin, were you here for that? I gave a fucking rant on that. TLDR, They're fucking cowards, and history will forget them. Fuck you and everything you don't stand for, because you chuckle fucks don't stand for anything. You fucking jelly-backed basic fucking asshats. I 100% ATA'd one yesterday, 2 caused by laptop to overheat and shut down. Grow some goddamn spine and understand what conviction means. And for the love of God, stop reaching across the fucking aisle. I was the one that was willing to reach across the aisle to my, not constituents, my compatriots on the other side. Oh, okay, so you're a dirty little centrist who will compromise everything we voted you for. Get the fuck out of my house. Get the fuck out of my house. Hi, Metal Editor. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I got set off again. If you had a chance to crush any particular civic building that displeased you, what would it be? Any civic building. The White House. Can I take down the entire White House? Because if not, the ballroom. The second it's done. Actually, as soon as it's done and they're doing like cutting the ribbon or some other bullshit, I want it to explode. I want it to go boom. Or the first party they have in there. I want it to go boom. I want that ballroom to go boom. That ballroom should not exist for longer than a single year. Crossing the Ilias. Wait, what do you mean? With this dumb bottom, it's like, if I get to tear down everything that's connected to the White House, yes, the White House. If I only get to cover one section, the ballroom. Maybe. Who knows? Wait, the Atlas one? I saw something about that, but I didn't understand it because I only saw one thing on it and it didn't really make sense to me. Oh, Envy. No, that's not nearly destructive enough. I need that ballroom to go boom or collapse, and I need everybody inside of it to not make it out. Because if you're going in that ballroom, especially on the day that it opens, you're all heinous fucking monsters. Bastards. Bastards. I'm not even focusing on the iPad over this y'all issue. I don't understand what you're talking about. What if I go into the ballroom to go boom? But dude, Sid, you cannot talk about something like that. I get it. Listen, I get it. Too much, though. Too much. The White House yet? The French one? True. So with the Canadians. We got a minute and a half. All right. I can't figure it out. It's White House. W-H-I-T-E. Article for what? Also, hold on. Coco just came up from under the bed, so I'm going to let her out of the room. Oh, Jesus. Where did you go? She licked my hand and scared the shit out of me. So you're going full End of Glorious Bastards on this? Yes. I'm sure you'd like to take off that pretty little red hat of yours now, wouldn't you? Get to dissolve back into the sweet little fabric of civilization, enjoy the freedoms that we fought over for the rest of the citizens that you tried to take away. I'm sure you would like that. Just pulls out knife. That's a shame, though. That's a shame. And just carve a swastika onto their forehead. Anyway, let me let Coco out real quick, and I will be right back. And then I got to do the squats that somebody wanted. Come on, Stevie. Okie dokie. It's Isles. How was I supposed to get that? Oh, Isles. I got you. I was meaning the movie theater scene by Cook. Oh, I don't remember it. It's been so long since I've seen Inglourious Bastards. All right, hold on. All right. Let me do these squats really quick because we got to do 20 of them and then we'll get over to Amanda. I'm into Dookie when I said boom boom. What? You're going to take a shit in the ballroom? No, that's not good enough. All right, you know what? I will give y'all one more round while I do these squats because I keep getting distracted. All right. You put it in Discord? Okay, I'll go take a look. If I assume it's in media share. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, exactly. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Not the Trivago. Come on. All right. Whew. All right, well, this runs. We'll go ahead and get the game up and running. Somebody do fish for me real quick. Welcome back from the ads. Want a break from the ads? Want a break from the ads? Also, that sub counter is not accurate. There we go. Shock made Dick Cheney's heart give out. He died the morning. He died the morning of the election day, so he never saw the results. All right, let me go see what the thing that wait, where did you put it? Oh. No interference in creative works. Japanese government proposes new policy for anime and game expansion in the West. Ooh. Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry proposes new policy guidelines for Japanese content and anime industries. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. Put you away. Put you away. Go here for now. All right, hold on. Uh-oh. All right, hold on. Lurk bait is not lurk baiting. I noticed that it didn't say that it was open on Steam, but the game was open. Okay, connected to Twitch. Okay, it's working. It's working now. All right, let me get Amanda open. Thingamajig, y'all watch League Esports? How about that T1 versus KT finals? Wait, do they have another match? Wait, what's going on right now? I haven't watched League in so long. Okay. No more music. I need to change the category. Amanda, the adventurer. 3. Done and dusted, please and thank you. And then we'll swing right on over. I clicked the wrong button. I clicked the wrong button again. There we go. The woolly hating tools? Listen, it's fine. Also, I was gonna make myself smaller. Hold on a second. Oh, right. I forgot that I put a light on myself. Y'all see that, right? I completely forgot I did that. Oh, I don't think there's a reason to have it right now. Is it this one? There we go. Well, just don't want to cover too much of the screen, especially if there's like stuff happening in the corners and everything, because sometimes there is. Hold on. Okay. Continue. Now, I think we just got a new tape, right? Right? Uh-oh. Umbrella, where did you come from? Also, let me get the book. Okay, just in case we need passwords, I want to make sure I have it.
Well, look at you.
Royal Shadow, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Where did these... Oh, that's right. We got the tape for the beach episode.
Better watch where you point that thing, kid. Pop, pop, pop.
Okay. Here, we'll put it here. Banana. Banana. And then there was a conch here. Take that. Don't know if that's going to be useful. Banana. Oh. Smoothie recipe for maximum focus. Any food used deemed excessive will be docked from your pay. Huh. Pineapple. There's the fish. Oh, he is dead. That's a nice fucking boat. I did put the whole carton in there. How else will you get your fiber? Dock my tail, dock your head? Wait. No. Okay. God damn it. Okay. Don't know what that umbrella is going to be for. A day at the beach. Tell me your secrets.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Amanda, isn't this a beautiful day?
Okay.
I just love the beach.
It is really pretty out here.
It helps us forget all of our troubles, doesn't it? Well, almost all of our troubles.
We've never gone to
Okay.
the beach before, have we, Wooly?
Also, hold on, wait. Why is this beach so huge? Y'all heard that, right? Right? Amanda in OSHA violations? Oh, God. No, my fruit! Do I hear breathing? do wonder what this is going to be for. Put you here for now. Kniff? Alright.
Nope. This is a brand new adventure.
Then why does it feel
What should I put
so
down for... Yeah, just do
familiar?
that. Just do that. That'll be
Feel
totally
like
fine,
I've
Hectic.
been here.
You know what you need, Amanda?
Yes, yes it is.
A mango smoothie. Let me get you one, if that's okay.
Wait, I have been to the beach, and I had a smoothie, but it wasn't mango. Why can't I remember?
Remembering things is overrated. Why live in the past?
Just stop, Wooly. It's important. I need to think. I know I had a smoothie, and it was yellow, like mango, but it didn't taste like that.
It was pineapple,
It
the one
was
that I
sweet,
made.
but it was also tangy. Why can't I remember what it was?
Hey, maybe you can make Amanda a nice, sweet mango smoothie to help her feel better.
Okay, but what if I don't do the mango smoothie?
That's it. How did you know? I remember. I had a friend
I wonder what
with
happens if
me.
we keep doing the things
She
that Wooly
loved
doesn't want us to do.
pineapple. I can almost see who I was with. The sun is so bright.
Migraine!
That day the sun was really bright too.
If the sun is too bright, we can block it with an umbrella.
No, Wooly. I had something else that helped me see better.
Oh?
It was...
Cut Vood down?
I don't know what it was.
Maybe you can go get an umbrella so we can sit in the shade a while.
Is it the conch? I missed it. What did she describe? Oh. Yeah. No? Where did I put the conch? There it is. Nope. Hold on, maybe I paused it too early. Okay, there we go. Not conch and ball
How do I
torture.
look? Have you ever worn matching outfits with a friend? I have. I think.
If they brought us 2 pairs, we could match. But nobody brought me anything.
Yeah, fuck you, Wooling.
Thanks.
What is that? Bop, bop, ba-da-da-bop, bam.
After we
Why does
put
the
on our
ocean have eyes?
sunglasses, I think we went down to the water's edge.
You're at the
We
water's
saw
edge.
a silly creature, and it made us laugh. It walked so funny.
A crab.
Amanda, are you remembering the time we saw that funny fish? It just swam around in circles over and over. Gloop, 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 gloop. That was a good time. We laughed so much.
I'm very uncomfortable.
I don't know. Maybe that's it.
I'm pretty sure it was a
Try to
crab.
find the creature I remember seeing.
Let's see if we can go pick up the crab. All right. No. Okay, well, it's not the crab. Seashell? It could be the seashell.
Where did you even find that thing?
Okay, so it's not that. Coffee on the floor. Chimpkin. All right. Tagathan! Tagthany. But what are we missing? So these were all fruit when we popped them, so that's not relevant. We can't pull the crab out. Seemingly. Seemingly. Can't. I'm looking to see if any of these are interactable. Can we break it? The con? Is that what you're thinking of? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe he doesn't have a shell? Wait. Is this the right tape? Wasn't the tape we had orange? Is this red? Aha! So we didn't have a shell. That's a big hermit crab. Oh! How did you do that? You sneaky little thing, you. Now, those not a hermit crab.
A crab! Yes!
The greatest
Look
creature
at
God
how
ever
funny
made.
he moves.
The greatest creature. Reformat in progress. No longer compatible. Okay, hold on. I want to see, is this the right one? Is this the same one we saw
This
before?
footage is submitted for evidence in the audit of the security breach occurring at approximately 16:20.
Okay, it is. All right. Best beach friends. I don't like that that thing's open. Amanda kill Wilding? No, nothing like that. Wasn't this one on before? Evolved to crab or returned to monkey? Evolved to crab.
Once there was a little girl who knew a lot of people who loved her. She lived with her daddy, and she had a
Also,
best
Tag, what are you
friend.
up to today? What trouble are you
Not
getting
a
into?
fake best friend who looked like a funny animal, but a real best friend. A little girl. Just like her. They had so much fun together.
Okay.
One day, the girl's daddy took the two best friends to the beach. They wore matching bathing
Working
suits
acid, corpo
and
shit,
shared
keep
a
me out of
pineapple
trouble? Then what
smoothie,
kind of trouble would
and
you
it
get
was
into if you didn't have
tangy
corpo
and
shit?
tasted like sunshine.
What are you thinking, Choom?
They bought matching sunglasses on the boardwalk and put them on and ran down to the water. They jumped into the waves and looked for seashells. A little crab walked across their toes, and the little girl and her friend
Okay, that's happened to me
laughed at
before,
his
but when you're
funny
barefoot and a
little
crab
walk.
walks across your toes in water you
walked
can't
like
see the sand
crabs
of,
all the way
you kind of
back up
scream,
to their
okay?
beach towel. It was
I'm having
one
a
of the
frustrating
best
day,
days
but it's
of
also
the
good in its
little
own way.
girl's life.
Aww. Aww. Uh-oh. Oh. It's the access card. Okay. There's a third one in here too. Oh boy! Wait, there's no cables here. They're all just direct now. Uh-oh. That's... Hello? They're dead. Yeah, those are just organs. It's bits and pieces. Like that's a hand, part of a hand. That's like part of a cranium. Okay. Those are gunshots. Oh. Eye integrity 3, ear integrity 4, oral integrity 2, skin integrity 3, respiratory integrity 1. Participant identification 05 notes. Noted more eye movement than in previous days. Some indications of response to stimuli may be a good... Ah, shit. Is this just... No, this is the same one over and over, isn't it? Response to stimuli may be a good candidate for progression. Playgrounds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's the grate that... Okay. That's the grate that came up when we made it to this section in the sewer when we were getting chased by Wooly. That's the library in the second game. That's the office camera. Shepard. Sample taken from Marcus Moutman proved successful in replication process. Minimal casualties. Shepard is to be contained until location of tapes and the cult anomaly are confirmed. Shepard should only be handled by containment specialists as it is extremely dangerous. Amelin is not responsible for any injuries, trauma, dismemberment, or death as a result from exposure to Shepard. Scavenger hunt. Yes, we're under the library. Well, we're like under the library and we had to go a bit through the sewers and we got here.
I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt.
Oh, this is the same one we did before.
Scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go.
Unknown amount of sleep because I don't remember when I fell asleep.
I know what you've been doing out there. And it's not going so
Lily, let's play.
You can't change anything.
Watch me.
Coming, Amanda.
Watch me, gay boy.
Are you ready to start the hunt? Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
You need to puke your guts out? What do you mean you need to puke your guts
see
out?
A purple fire hydrant?
What do you mean I blinked?
Lockdown protocol initiated. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
Why are all the faces suddenly looking kind of strained?
Little guy, do you want to play? We're having a super secret spy scavenger hunt. We already found...
Bad touch, bad touch, bad touch. Clown? Error. Flower. Tower. House. Trash can. Okay. Oh, damn. I'm sure that's fine.
The first thing on the list. But
I'm
you
sure
can help
that's
us find the
fine.
rest.
The next thing on the list is a door with 3 windows.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
Okay. It'd have to be the error one, right?
A reminder that if the security lockdown
Ooh!
deactivation procedure is not followed properly, the facility security system will enter into threat disposal mode. The current threat disposal mode is set to chlorine trifluoride gas.
Okay, maybe did it kick me out? I already forgot. Did I pause it?
A door with 3 windows.
Okay, I just need to click it.
Job.
Fuck you, Wooly. Okay. So we messed something up somewhere. Heart rate monitor, Madison. Heart rate Madison. Did... It's not that anxiety inducing for this game. Wait, where did I put... Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. But...
One. That was a close one.
Huh? Oh, so wait a second. You have rum? What kind of rum? I'm just double checking any of the passwords that I have right now. Because this is a 4-digit. We opened this before, right? Wasn't it 8063? No? What was the other 4-digit thing that I had? 9036? Oh, okay, yeah. also no. Huh. 4307? Okay. Yeah, that was with that tape. That was orange. I still swear to God that was orange on Thursday. Go get your nums. I got chicken salad at the grocery store earlier today after the gym. Also, there's blood on the floor there. But... and there's breathing. House. Are these... I just realized that there's blood leaking out of these now. Okay, I guess we just try it again. I can't jump or anything. Anyway. Are you changing something? Huh. Okay then. So is, I don't know why. Does this mean anything? Thing is though, is like this whole block. Let's turn. Okay. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. If you can find the window then. Wait, what?
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Didn't do that before?
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list.
Didn't do that
Come on,
before.
Let's go.
I know what you've been doing out there,
I don't care, Wooly.
and it's not going to
Lily, let's play.
Meet Mossberg, loser.
can't change anything. Coming, Amanda.
Are you ready to
Anyway.
start the hunt? Whoever finds everything
Anyway.
wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
I have no control here.
Lockdown protocol initiated. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol.
Okay.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
Meow. Hi, Keyshawn. Okay.
The next thing on the list is a door with 3 windows.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
Thing is, though, there used to be one here, but let's just do this one.
A reminder that if the security lockdown deactivation procedure is not followed properly, the facility security system will enter into threat disposal mode. The current threat disposal mode is set to chlorine trifluoride gas.
Again, though, I don't understand. Is he pointing at the sun? I can click Wooly. But I can't click the sun.
Nope, that's not on our list.
Can I, hold on, can I like reduce sun? Okay.
I found it! A door with 3 windows. Crossed it off
The
the list.
sun is a deadly laser.
Great
Anyway,
work, super secret spy team. This
so is it
fun.
wherever Chicken Scratch is pointing? Flowers?
Wow. So glad we invited him to join the game.
Oh, Wooly, don't be a sourpuss. He's trying his best. He just doesn't understand the game.
Is he pointing at the building and the flowers?
You are doing such a good job. Okay, Wooly.
Hold on. Flower, flower, flower. Maybe it's this one? No. Okay. It's not there yet. Shut up! I don't know what that is. I just keep clicking
What's
it.
next?
An old sock.
What is that right there? Y'all see
Well,
that?
if it's on the list,
that the sock?
we have to find it. Can you
The eyes
help
are
us?
messed up. Yeah, the pods are paired, but you have to do specific ones. Okay. So now I think we can do the one that I was thinking of. But he's pointing at the flower. So see, there's 2. This is flower and building. This is flower and error. Let's try this one. Nope, that's not it.
A reminder that chlorine trifluoride is an interhalogen compound with the formula CIF3. It is a colorless, poisonous, corrosive, and extremely reactive gas.
Shut up!
Here it is. A smelly old sock.
P.U.
It's even worse than it was before. Yes, I figured it out. Tree and trash can.
Okay, what's the next thing on the list, Wooly?
A stray dog?
Yeah. Tree and trash can.
Why?
Trash
would you
can.
think a trash can is a dog.
Do you see a nice stray doggy anywhere?
Nice? No. Shut up. Here's the tree. Tree. Wait, what? Fuck. Didn't like that. Well, I couldn't flip the trash can. Okay.
look at this sweet puppy. We found him.
Yeah, chlorine trifluoride on intruder suppression.
This scavenger hunt is fun. Let's see what's next.
Sparky snake.
You don't even know what we're looking for yet. Do you have to be so annoying?
He's pointing at Wooly, right?
Come on, sweet little guy. You can help us find the next one. Lily, what is it?
We're looking for
Speed limit enforced by
a
carbon bombing.
sparking snake.
He's pointing at Wooly.
Amanda, seriously, why is he here?
Right?
All alone, Wooly. I think he needs us.
Well, all you need is me. Your best friend is me. Wooly, not some weak, slobbering little...
Is it the error? Do I go flip the error one?
I'm doing great, and I'm having fun playing with you. Do you see a sparking snake around here?
Do we just... Is it this one? Nope.
Warning. Facility entering threat disposal mode.
Fuck! No! Getting sweepy.
C9F3 canister status. Empty. Replacement required.
Yay! I can't. Okay, I guess we'll go back to the video. I'm probably dead. Oh, yep, dead. There it is. All right, let's just go ahead and quit the title because I don't want to go through this cutscene again. You know what? Fuck. We have to go through the thing. We have to go through it so that it at least gets a save and we can kind of skip through it. Where's the woolly monster? Right there. He's coming through. Because I don't know how much it didn't like when the last save was. At least on the next one we can kind of skip through it. What's up, you little rat bastard? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you! Fuck you, Willing! Okay. Again! Yoink. Yoink. Oh. That you restored? Maybe. I don't remember if his eyes have been changing. That may be a good detail to look into. All right. Oh God, we gotta sit through
Hi,
him
I'm
being
Amanda.
ominous again.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list.
I may have an idea what to do
Let's
when we get to that
go.
part. We either click him in the video or we flip the switch for the
I know
error.
what you've been doing out there. And it's not going
Lily, let's play.
I think it's the error one.
to. You can't change anything.
Watch me.
Coming, Amanda.
Watch me.
Are you
I'm still trying to figure out who
ready
Wooly
start the
is.
hunt?
If he's like the
Whoever
owner of
finds
Hamlin
everything wins a prize.
or like the
The
CEO
first thing
or
on
something.
our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you see a purple fire hydrant?
Security lockdown protocol initiated.
Okay.
Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they security lockdown protocol.
Good job! I see it over there. Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
Okay.
The next thing on the list is a
Oh,
door
he's
with
pointing at
3
both the
windows.
tree and the sun. Okay, I only saw him pointing at one thing earlier.
Found it. A door with 3 windows. Cross it off the list.
Are they just a rogue AI? I don't think so, because it really seems like they're hamming up the fact that they are like uploaded kids to these videos into their entertainment.
Wow. So glad we invited him to join the game.
Building and flower.
Oh, Wooly, don't be a sourpuss.
That I can't
He's
skip.
trying his
There's no
best.
skip button behind me
Just
right now.
doesn't
Hi,
understand
mouse.
the
How are you
game.
doing?
You are
Hide the
doing
mouse in my
such
shadow.
a good job. Okay, Wooly, what's next?
An old sock.
What do you mean?
Well, if it's
It's
on
my
the
mouse.
list,
I get to kiss my mouse if I want to.
We have to find it.
My mouse.
You help us?
Because how can you respond to VSR tapes? Yes. It is monstrous to some degree. Rathos, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit. Okay, it was flowers and house.
Here it is. A smelly old sock.
I like Chicken Scratch. I think Chicken Scratch may be like an old employee or something. Somebody else has been uploaded in, can't talk, but is still giving instructions.
Okay, what's the next thing on the list, Wooly?
Treesh can.
A stray dog?
Gets the foot turn the alarm off. God damn it. No. It's fine. It's free trash
Why
can.
Would you think a trash can is a dog?
Do you see a nice stray doggy anywhere?
Treesh can, treesh can, treesh can. The tree's over here, but here, we'll do this one. Maybe? Fuck.
Ready security system will enter into threat system.
Is that what happens when I stand on the... Okay, well I can click that one, but... Oh, there we go. Wait, what happens if I stand on it now? The thing is, the wires don't like trail around like they did before. Now they're just kind of, they just connect to the adjacent ones. Okay. And this one is the one that pointed at Wooly.
Look at this sweet puppy! We found him!
Yeah, it sounds like there were partial words mixed in there.
This scavenger hunt is fun. Let's see what's next.
Okay, yeah, he's pointing at
What we're
Wooly.
looking for yet? Do you have to be so annoying?
Come on, sweet little guy. You can help us find the next one. Wooly, what is it?
We're looking for a sparking snake.
Hmm.
Amanda, seriously, why is he here?
He's all alone, Wooly.
There is a cloud,
I
but
think
the thing
he
is
needs
we've
us.
seen clouds already.
Well, all you need is me. Your best friend is me. Wooly, not some weird, slobbering little...
I think you're doing great. And I'm having
The tape is
fun
breaking
playing
and
with you.
all of the things are getting
Do
scared.
you see a sparking snake around here?
Okay. Thing is, I don't think I can click on him. Hey, buddy. So maybe it's the error? What did we click? Okay, there's a cloud in an error. It's on the same one, so maybe we'll go with this. Yay! No, that's for the original thing. There was a prologue to this.
Aw, you're sweet. What's gotten into you?
Oh, he's crushing the chambers. He just died. We are leaving, soldier! See, it was just sitting here. Ooh. Escape the facility lockdown procedure. I think it was one of the kids in the ponds. That is a very, very jinky mirror. These were a lot of depictions of hell. Our clown boy's back. Oh no. Oh. Hey buddy. Hi. Marcus Moutman never grew up. Oh. Doesn't look like any of these though were the right candles. That one is. But definitely not you. Definitely not you. And definitely not you. Which means there's got to be other candles somewhere else. All right. When I'm grown up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Goetic summoning. Oh, no. Actually, hold on. Oh, no. Okay. We're going to pause that there before we watch that video because we only have 1 minute until the ad break. So I'm going to really quickly run to the bathroom. Yeah, the red cassette is the special one. It's the same special cassette. It's just moved to here. Doesn't even have all the candles for the ritual. What kind of goth are we running here? Listen, they're trying their best. And by their best, I mean lazy children's entertainment. You owe me money. Listen, it's fine. All right, guys. I'm going to give you the game early. I'm not going to start it. There's still about 30 seconds till the ad break starts. I need to run to the bathroom and I'm going to nibble on something because I'm getting peckish again. I'm a wee bit peckish, if you will. Anyway, I will be back shortly. Have fun, guys. Don't burn anything down. Actually, everybody can burn something down except Ordain. Have fun. All right, chat. How'd you do? Sorry that took so long. I was nibbling on some Reese's Cups. And I was petting Coco. And now Coco's back in here. Hey, Stinky. Hey, Stinky. I got the baby. I'm petting the baby's back. It's my Stinky baby. That's my 12-year-old baby. At least 12 years old. Hi, baby. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Are those not the same one? Wait, which one? 3452? It looks like they were. All right. Pat, 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 pat. Pat, 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 pat. All right. Let's put the game away. And we can get back to turning music down. Jesus. I was feeling a wee bit peckish. Anyway. All right. No Russian roulette. We're watching whatever this hellstorm is. Okay. Where's this flesh building? Oh
Hi,
no, they're
I'm
all
Amanda.
dead.
And I'm Wooly.
Oh no, all the objects are dead. What is happening to Amanda? I don't know. You have been misled. I lied. There will be no liquid. Anyway, journeying into the flesh bits, apparently. But yeah, see, all of the items are dead because the pods got destroyed. So they don't bounce and stuff anymore. Hi, Vivi.
Amanda, it's so nice to be playing here with you. My very best friend.
So what is going on up here?
Yeah, Willie. It's just you and me, I guess.
Let's have a fancy party to celebrate.
What exactly are we celebrating?
Oh, there are lots of reasons to have parties. What's something you celebrate?
No, they have eyes, but because of the thing, they're white. Oh. Ooh. They turned white like the possums did, like chicken scratches did, because they're dead. They're just corpses, basically. That's a long word. What do we put? Birthday? I don't think birthday is not what fills us in. No D, but make do. Oh my god. Conjuring. Conjuring. Oh no. Oh, I don't know. Spooky words on stream. The thing is, we can put in a lot of things that make sense and it'll still progress, but there's usually a secret in these points. Methuselah. There's usually a secret, a word, a specific word. Oh goodness. Friendship? We could try putting friendship. Nah, it doesn't quite fit as like the secret word. Murder? Genocide? No. I wonder. Yuletide. Arson. Nah, it doesn't quite fit. Oh yeah, he did just murder the shit out of a bunch of pods that had fleshy bits in it that were apparently still alive. Friends with benefits? Thing is, though, is I think we can come back to this later. Oh, I can't actually hit enter here. Maybe there's... You.
One. They say a friend's eye is a good mirror. And something tells me the ones in the hall are gonna be your best buddies here. Just don't stare at them too long. Nobody likes a creep, kid.
But
Untethered by but our children need guidance, so we shall guide them, darkening the road.
the thing is as though they're so foggy. I don't think we're to this part yet, is what I'm thinking. Because they're still so foggy. Thing is, there's also another glare. Is that a 2? Wait, give what a shot. Yeah, what word you got? Clown. Clown.
And it is the children, born out of nothingness that we all are. The children who remain innocent witnesses, who will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness to the world. The child's imagination, unspoiled by truth, can plant the seed of the impossible.
Oh, are they using them as sacrifices? Graduation? Maybe. No, doesn't fit. Well, it did something.
That's all I know about graduation. Wooly, no matter what you're celebrating, you can't have a party with just 2 people. It would be nice to have another friend around.
Amanda, we have all the friends we need right here. Sweet Pen Swallow, would you be so kind as to attend our
Interesting.
party? Oh, my dear McIntyre, I would be delighted.
Maggie, would you like to go to a fancy party?
Would you like to go to a fancy party? Why does this remind me
Well,
of
Maggie, you're
Scary
all
Godmother?
grown up now. And sometimes you have to do things
Does
just
somebody
for
remember
other
Scary
people,
Godmother?
even if what they want isn't right for you.
Huh?
Maggie is a very successful grown-up. She has a job as a doctor. She does surgeries on children. She cuts them open. And if they're very brave and don't scream, she helps them go to sleep.
Are we gonna talk about that? We're gonna just step inside, step inside. Oh, okay. Order of operations, huh? Okay.
Amanda, can we pick another doll for the party? That one is all messy anyway.
Sometimes I think about what I might be like as a grown-up. What do you want to be if you grow up?
VTuber. Oh my god, this is a good one.
Do you really think you're cut out for that?
Wow, Amanda, fucking
Grown-ups go
roasted.
to fancy parties all the
Fucking
time.
roasted.
And
How
everyone
could
drinks
you?
sparkly water and laughs, just like on Jasper's Harbor. Poor Sloane. She could never get Jasper to notice her.
Sloane.
When you go to a fancy party,
that a name from
you
the
have
second
to
game?
look your best so people notice you and like you. Maggie, you could be so pretty if you tried.
She has been
know what you
misled.
A makeover. Let's start with your clothes. You'll stun everyone with your new look.
Are we gonna get like a Misadventures of Flapjack moment where you just gonna
You'd
zoom
be
in and we just get the
so
Ooh!
cute if you would smile.
Okay, what is going on with the oh my god, they are dead.
And you definitely
Look at the details in
need
the
to
eyes
put
now.
on your face. Let's start with some lipstick. Where should the lipstick
Why
go?
did the music do that? Okay.
This color is going to look so good.
Yeah, where you get like the sudden like
That's better.
smash cut and you just get the Ooh! Oh god.
Willie,
Amanda, why do you have
come
black
look at how
chapstick? Not
pretty
chapstick,
Maggie
lipstick.
looks.
You're like
She's a
4.
whole new person.
I can see her fine from here. You're right. She's so pretty.
Twisted Metal
She
vibe
needs
here.
eyeshadow.
Abandoned Mortuary Assistant are related? Well, yeah, they're both by Dread XP.
Sorry, Maggie. It doesn't matter what you want. This is your life-changing makeover. Okay, hold still, Maggie. Where do we put the eyeshadow?
It's only like 2. Oh no, apparently the cheeks are options. Click right on the eye.
Yes, good work.
The thing is, that's the kind of misleading part about about this game is that like both
Wooly,
Amanda
look.
and Wooly are weirdly
I'm
domineering
okay
at different
over here,
points.
Amanda.
Like the first 2 games basically make you feel like
look.
Amanda's the demented one,
Okay.
and then towards the end of the second game, Wooly starts to come out of like his shell
What is
ish.
going on with you?
I just... I don't like looking at myself, okay?
It must
Relatable,
be so
bud.
fun being a
Relatable.
grown-up.
Being a grown-up isn't all it's cracked up to be, Amanda.
Okay, so
Well,
you're
it
definitely an
depends on
adult.
What you decided to do with
I think that
your
we're gonna
life,
find out this is like the
doesn't it?
cult leader or the leader of Hamlin.
You know what? Maybe you don't have to do what other people want. If I were a grown-up, I would do whatever I wanted to do. I wouldn't let anybody tell me what to do or trick me. I wouldn't let anybody hurt me. If I were a grown-up, I would cut my hair however I want. I cut it just like when Sloane cut her hair in the school bathroom on Jasper's Harbor.
Ooh,
Everyone
okay,
was
she
so
remembers
surprised.
places.
She looks so sophisticated. Maggie, it's time for the last step in your makeover. What should I use to cut Maggie's hair?
Scissors?
She's going to really shake things up at this party.
The pie paper of Hamlin? Exactly, Lucian.
She's
Exactly.
So pretty.
It's very
And
ham-fisted.
look,
We even saw the
she's
art.
grinning ear to ear now.
I don't want to be here anymore. Hi, Thorn. Okay.
See, Maggie? I knew this is what you wanted all along. Come on, Willie. We have to set up for the party.
Let's quit and play Hello Kitty Island? No.
Wait for me, Amanda.
66704. Oh, what were these for again? Was it you?
Seven, zero, four.
Phase 3 Preliminary Report on Project Shepherd, October 10th, 2003. We are pleased to report that our attempts to recreate a stable, trainable facsimile of the Colton anomaly may be turning a meaningful corner. While the personnel cost has been slightly higher than we expected,
Okay, so
we have
Shepherd, which I'm
generated
pretty
a
sure is
specimen that
Wooly.
appears to be intensely focused on destruction of any tapes connected with the Colton asset. Namely,
Okay,
those
it's
tapes
Wooly.
that contain recordings of the animated avatar of the asset. We speculate that this
And so the
focus
Colton
may
asset is
extend to
definitely-
the anomaly, though
we already knew
further
that. Yeah, the
testing
Colton
will be helpful
asset
if such
is
testing is possible. We have
Amanda,
selected
the
name
monster Amanda.
Shepherd for this iteration of the project. Given its viability, we have built a specialized enclosure where Shepherd currently resides.
He didn't stay
This
in.
enclosure's proximity to Kensdale's water treatment infrastructure may prove useful in facilitating Shepherd's movement in the local community without drawing unwanted attention.
That's why he's
We
in the
intend
sewer.
to continually evaluate the integrity of the enclosure, which already shows some signs of damage. While further biochemical adjustments are required to optimize its effectiveness in neutralizing the threat of the anomaly, we believe this experiment is ready for its first field test this quarter. With the progress we've observed, we believe Shepherd's presence will make the Media Reclamation Initiative safe to resume by year's end.
What is not will be. Shall I do?
Okay.
Who among us has not known that in the beginning there was light, pure
Um,
and that this was the original gift of God? That over the millennia we have tarnished this gift by introducing darkness. This, my brother,
Again, though, this I don't understand.
it's our very origin. We are born.
Step inside, step inside. Also, was that Rebecca Cyberfunk? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That's a very tall elevator for some reason. I don't understand. Different depending on which TV you put it into? No, it shouldn't. It's probably going to be the same security footage. We can try it just to make sure.
This footage is submitted for evidence in the audit of the security breach occurring at approximately 16:25 today.
Yeah, it's the same one. Plus, if we hadn't watched it before, it wouldn't let us skip. Candles? Like, none of these are the right candles.
That in the beginning there was light, pure truth, and that this was the original gift of God. That over the millennia we have tarnished this gift by introducing darkness. This is a lie. Darkness is not the opposite of truth. It's our very origin. We are born of God. We are born of darkness. We are born of nothing.
Thing is, I was looking to see if there was any other hidden candles, but there's not.
Over the centuries, those some hate the light, and those who foolishly worship.
What's something you celebrated with a party?
Mm, what you fear. What else could it be? Graduation we did. Hi, Rin!
I wish someone would throw me a birthday party sometime.
Wooly, no matter what you're celebrating, you can't have a party with just 2 people. It would be nice to have another friend around.
Amanda, we have all the...
Sometimes I think about what I might be like as a grown-up. What do you want to be if you grow up?
Did you misspell that?
Would you be a nice one or a bad one?
Don't be silly, Amanda. They're only nice, good ones.
Grown-ups go
Okay.
to fancy parties all the time, and everyone drinks sparkly water and laughs, just like on Jasper's Harbor. Poor Sloane. She could never get Jasper to notice her.
Oh, okay. She's
When
talking about a
you go
TV
to
show.
fancy party, you have to
I missed
look
that
your
part.
best so
I've
people
heard the
notice
Jasper's
you
Harbor,
and
but it
like
didn't
you.
register when she was talking about Sloane
Maggie,
later for the
you could
haircut.
be so pretty if you tried.
Okay, I
know
got
what
you.
need.
I got you.
A makeover.
Shepherd.
Let's start with your clothes. Lipstick. Where should the lipstick go?
Well, let me put it anywhere else, I wonder.
That's a silly place to put lipstick. Try again. This
Okay, maybe we just have to do the same ones.
Where do we put the eyeshadow? Yeah, kid. She's going to...
We'll try with Shepherd. We'll put Shepherd in.
Please. What's something you celebrated with a party?
We put in what? We put in friendship before. What's another thing we can put in? True, but he's not exactly helpful.
We are born of nothing. Before our birth, there was
One.
Because when we talked to him before, he just talked about the mirrors.
They say a friend's eye is a good mirror. And something tells me the ones in the hall are gonna be your best buddies here. Just don't stare at them too long. Nobody likes a creep, kid.
Again, though, it's foggy, so...
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the
Ed!
Dark Carnival.
Hold on, I have an idea.
And please, enjoy the show.
Absalom, how was your stream, Ed? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? What's Absalom? How many people did you kill? That's also an important indicator. I think you should see it a little longer. Which part? The mirror?
so we shall guide them, darkening the road in innocence so they may escape the rigid path of sin. Take us all to the valley, so that we may return to our unchanged dark. What is not will be. Shall we join?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is maybe we need to get to the mirror scene. Because we get... What was it? We get... The lipstick, the eyeshadow. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. But is there anything else we want to try here? Probably over 100. Easy. Let's go. Let's go. Is there anything else that we can try? Oh, Shepherd. This was the... No, this is the celebration. Funeral?
Why would you have a party to celebrate that?
I think it would be nice to remember someone
Yeah, it's called a
together.
celebration of life for a
No.
reason.
It's better to just forget, Amanda.
Okay,
Wow, you are fucked up, Wooly.
Just forget it.
The fucking eye split.
Wooly, no matter what you're celebrating, you can't have a party with just 2 people.
Have you never been to
It would be
Louisiana?
nice
Yeah.
to have another friend around.
Listen, funeral parades in Louisiana are the
Amanda,
fucking best.
we have all the friends we need right here.
All right.
Sometimes I think
Shepherd. Nope. Nothing. Sheep. Zookeeper? Nope. Prophet. Hi. Damn it. Cultist. Hail Satan. Was that Ordained that redeemed that? Oh no, it was Necropainter. It was Necropainter. Hi, Necropainter. How are you doing? Guardian? Ratma. All hail Ratma. All hail Ratma. Have you tried names? Sloane. Amanda. I'm doing pretty good, Necro. Aside from certain things that I discussed at the beginning of stream and the politicians being namby-pamby sissy babies. Sobriety. I wish to be sober. Anomaly. Gay. No, because this is like a job. This is like, what would you want as a job if you were a grown up? Is the question. President? Darn. CEO. Homosexual.
Do you really think you're cut out for that? Grown-ups go to fancy parties all the time, and everyone drinks sparkly water and laughs.
It fit
Just like on
exactly, so it
Jasper's
just took
Harbor.
it.
Poor Sloane. She's lipstick. Where should the lipstick go?
Okay.
Who among us has not been told that in the beginning there was light?
Anything? Nothing. I don't get this mirror thing. It doesn't make any sense.
It's our very origin.
Do I need to look it up?
This color is going to look where do we put the eyeshadow?
It is the children, born out of nothing,
Oh!
the children who remain innocent and witness, who will deliver our ultimate gift.
What?
When our children need guidance, so we shall guide them,
That was...
darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the
That was mouth?
take us all,
No, that was forehead.
so that we may return to our
That was left forehead, left eye, left cheek, mouth.
Yes, good work, kid. Maggie, it's time for the last step in your makeover.
But wait. Mouth. Huh.
Nothing. Before our birth, there was a great tale. This is the truth.
Okay.
Subjugate the light.
What should I use?
Hold on. Oh, I can't get it to go again. Thing is, though, is I'm not sure what the shattered part's supposed to mean. There was one that had green eyeliner.
I don't think we can cut anything with that. Should I just do it myself? She's going to really shake things up at this.
Keep the rigid path of the light. Take us all to the vow.
Comb the church?
What's something?
Okay, hold on. I'm getting the thing out and I need to change a certain thing. There we go. Okay. And I need the thing of a doohickey. Wait. Oh, man! We missed one of the secret tapes. Okay. Hold on. There's something else we need to do. You. ID number 61318.
Darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path of the light. Take us all.
1,
Marcus.
Return to our
3, 1, 8. Marcus. M-A-R-C-U-S. Haven't heard that name in a while. He was a bad boy, wasn't he? I
Bad?
wonder if he's happy.
Bad?
with what he's
How
become
bad?
Now that he's all grown up.
and that this was the original gift of God. Darkness.
Okay.
My brother, my sister, is alive. Darkness is not the truth.
Oh.
We are born.
Okay, hold on. Uh. Oh, okay. Mm. Okay. So there is a strategy here. It seems really fucking annoying, but I guess it'll work. Theoretically. Okay. So every time... Wait. Wait. When it focuses on the doll's face? this is the party thing. Can I do a reception? Nope. No. Dandy. Darn it. Darn it. But what are some of the other ones? Oh, I don't understand. Here, we'll do this for party. We'll do death. What was another one that we could have put? A murder. I flew history.
See? You can celebrate just about anything.
Wooly, no matter what you're celebrating, you can't... Sometimes I think about what I might be like as a grown-up. What do you want to be if you grow up?
Marcus.
Did you not understand?
Figure out Wooly's name!
Or what?
Oh!
Anyway, grown-ups go to fancy parties all the time, and everyone drinks sparkly water and laughs, just like on Jasper's Harbor. Poor Sloane. She could never get Jasper
then the
to
achievement just
notice
said
her.
it's his name, so that is Marcus.
When you go to a fancy party, you have to look your best so people notice you and like you. Maggie, you could be so pretty if you tried. I know what you need. A makeover. Let's start with your clothes. You'll stun everyone with your new look.
Okay.
You'd be so cute if you would smile. And you definitely need to put on your face. Let's start with some lipstick. Where should the lipstick go?
Okay. So, we're working on lipstick. So let's see. No? Nothing. Is it only after? Or did I pause it too early? Do I just guess this?
This color is going to look so good. That's better.
Ew. Okay, then it shows yellow. Okay, that time it was glowing. Okay, so we're looking for mouth. Mouth. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
Wooly, come look at how pretty Maggie looks. She's a whole new person.
I can see her fine from here. You're right! She's so pretty!
She needs
Okay.
eyeshadow. Sorry, Maggie. It doesn't matter what you want. This is your life-changing makeover. Okay, hold still, Maggie.
No voices!
Where do we put the eyeshadow?
Okay, I don't think this is gonna show anything because the pause button didn't glow, but we're gonna check. Okay, no, nothing. Eyeshadow. Eye.
Yes, good work.
Now we can pause it. Okay, so this one's probably gonna be eyes. Probably that one. Okay.
Wooly, look.
I'm okay over here,
What are
Amanda.
you doing, Coco?
Come look.
Okay.
Relatable.
What is going on with you?
I don't like looking at myself, okay?
It must be so fun being a grown-up.
She's the
Being
prettiest
grown
girl
up
at the
isn't all it's cracked up to be,
party. I'm
Amanda.
gonna be the prettiest
Well,
girl at the
it depends
party.
on what you decided to do with your life.
Oh
Doesn't
my
it?
god.
You know what? Maybe you don't have to do what other people want. If I were a grown-up, I would do whatever I wanted to do. I wouldn't let anybody tell me what to do or
Yeah,
trick me.
Powerpuff Girls.
I wouldn't let anybody hurt me. If I were a grown-up, I
Okay.
would cut my hair however I want. I cut it just like when Sloan cut her hair in the school bathroom on Jasper's Harbor. Everyone was so surprised. She looked so sophisticated. Maggie, it's time for the last step in your makeover. What should I use to cut Maggie's hair? She's going
Okay.
to really shake things up at this party. She's so pretty. And look, she's grinning ear to ear now.
To remain innocent witnesses
Oh, hey.
who will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness to the world. The child's imagination.
Oh no, these are different hairstyles. It's that one. I think I did that wrong.
So we shall guide.
We may have to do that one again.
See, Maggie? I knew this is what you wanted all along. Come on, Willie. We have to set up for the party.
Wait for me, Amanda!
Okay. Do it again. Because I fucked it up.
Please. What's...
Pee pee. Poo poo.
See? You can celebrate...
Sometimes I think of...
Fuck you, Marcus.
Sick. Where should the lipstick go?
Okay. Hi, random fan. Thank you. All right.
This color is going to look so good. That's better.
Supplicate the light and those who foolishly worship.
Black. Okay.
The child's imagination.
I get it now. I get it.
Where do we put the eyeshadow?
I'm just the doll is just horrifying.
Yes, good
Thanks for
work.
noticing. Okay, green eyeshadow.
So they may escape the wicked path.
That's white. That's green.
What is not will.
Hold on, let me check something. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it.
Kid. Maggie, it's time for the... She's going to really shake things up at this party.
Then it's the
She's
bob,
so
right?
pretty. And look, she's grinning ear to ear now.
Nope. God, I hate that. Okay. Okay. Ugly Bob. Got it. Not it. Not it. Not it. You. Okay.
And those who foolishly worship.
as the ringleader.
Come on, Willie. We have to set up for the party.
Well, look at you.
Oh, damn it. Damn it, still wasn't fast enough.
Wait for me, Amanda.
Thank you for the follow, random fan. Welcome in.
darkening the road ahead so they may escape the rigid path of moonlight.
Okay. 4739, but first, orange tape. You write that down?
This is our second follow-up interview with candidate Delta 704.
Delta
Seeking
7?
employment in the Numa Transference Department.
I'm in trouble? That's what, 7 years premiere? That's 28 years of bad luck?
Movement. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Mr. Movement, in your previous interview, we
Oh,
established
this is
your
Marcus.
technical education and engineering expertise. Your skills would certainly be valuable in conducting our procedures. Do you understand that your employment here would be under the condition of
CC
strict
reciprocated.
confidentiality?
No,
Yes,
wait.
absolutely. I'm
Cypriot?
thrilled
Cypriot?
to apply.
Mr. Movement,
CC.
on a scale of 1 to 10, when you adopt a cause, what is your degree of devotion to that cause?
I need more details.
Pretty devoted, I guess.
I need more details. What kind of
I'd
cause?
say an 8.
Corporate cause? Fuck no, 0 out of 10.
No, a 9. I aim to please.
When you are asked to complete a task by your supervisor, what is your degree of questioning that task, even if it comes into conflict with your current worldview?
I'm sorry, questioning? Do you mean?
When you are asked to complete a task by your supervisor, what is your degree of questioning that task, even if it comes into conflict with your current worldview?
2.
Please rate your ability to suppress personal autonomy for the benefit of maintaining harmony within business operations.
Autonomy?
Oh, wow.
I can understand
I'd say
asking individuality because corporatism just likes to crush individuality. But
Marcus,
autonomy?
will you please turn to your left and hold?
Good lord, that profile.
Thank you. Now face the wall, please, and hold.
Good woolies follow orders? Oh, gone.
Thank you. Now please face straight ahead and hold. Please hold.
Okay.
Thank
Why
you.
only one
Now
side
please
profile?
turn to the right and hold.
Never mind.
Feels like a mugshot. I didn't do it, I swear. I'm innocent.
Mr. Movement, if you please. This is standard procedure for security identification. Certainly you understand the need for high security given the tasks we discussed in your previous interview. Thank you. The interview is concluded. We will now begin your tour of the lower security clearance areas of the department.
Okay. This is supposed to be a children's entertainment facility. Remember that. Okay. Which, I guess now we just do this. What's it, 4th, 7. Bloody Maggie, Bloody Maggie, Bloody Maggie. Oh no. I knew it was going to be a tape and there wasn't going to be anybody in here.
Among us has not been told that in the beginning there was light, pure truth, and that this was the original gift.
You are important.
That over the millennia we have tarnished this gift. This, my brother, is alive.
And then we need that kind of butterfly looking one.
It's our very origin. We are born of concealment. We are born of darkness. We are born of...
Anyway, more security tapes. Puppy playtime, you mean poppies?
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. On behalf of Hamlin Entertainment,
I don't like the way that the curtains are glowing behind him. They're kind of weird.
Our program, Amanda the
Your eyes are on the TV again? That's a personal problem. What are you doing, Coco?
In our ongoing efforts to
What are you
provide
doing?
high quality
Are
educational
you just looking at your own paws?
we are committed to transparency.
What?
And as such, we are proactively
What are you looking
connecting
at?
with you, our Kensdale
What is
community.
on the carpet?
A thorough,
Hi, Stinky.
concerted investigation
Got my
has
baby.
shown that a very small number of viewers may have underlying conditions that cause sensitivity to our advanced animation techniques.
What the fuck does that mean?
This slight fraction of our audience is notably susceptible to the groundbreaking but simulated interactivity.
Step inside.
It's our understanding that
Interactivity.
these individuals became erroneously convinced that the characters were speaking directly to them and subsequently exhibited disturbing behaviors.
Saying of Hyrule, thank you for the follow.
Children
Welcome in. How are you
without these
doing?
underlying conditions showed no such sensitivity to these behaviors. However, to address concerns for the safety of our audience,
Oh yeah, because
and
we
the
also know
security
the
of our
kids
mission,
like ran away
we
in
are
the
destroying
second game.
any remaining physical copies of episodes.
And like after
which
the
this
after the
small
show
number of
started
sensitive
talking to them, they just like ran away at one point.
If you have in your
Which they
possession
probably came here.
any of these tapes, we encourage you to turn them into our production offices to avoid further exposure. In exchange,
Oh no,
we
no,
will
I was
be
talking about
pleased to
Coco.
provide your
My dog
family
was just in the
with an
corner, like
exclusive
staring at the
gift
carpet
pack
in front of her and like
featuring
sniffing it for
beloved
some
Hamlin
reason.
characters, Astronaut Mike, and Nellie the Triceratops. Again,
Wait, who?
please do not attempt to keep any of these episode recordings or to share them with others. If viewed by sensitive individuals, they may have negative effects. As always,
All right,
we
whatever
at
you say,
Hamlin
Pintex.
remain committed to helping
Okay.
children grow
I can't
and
pet you while you're
learn
down there.
in a healthy way. Thank you.
I like my pile. Speaking of pile, we must stack the pile taller.
This footage is
Excellent. My stack. Flash to all the people who kept them. Yeah.
And we shall rejoice.
Here. Let's have a party.
Who among us has not been told that in the beginning there was light, pure truth, and that this was the original gift of God?
Oh no, it's the
That over
VeggieTales
the
creator.
millennia, we have tarnished this gift by introducing darkness and concealment. This, my
Since the
brothers
first game? Oh no.
is a lie. Darkness is not the covering of truth. It's our very origin. We are born of concealment. We are born of darkness. We are born of nothingness. Before our birth, there was the great mill. This is our truth. This is our gift.
Great nil?
Over the centuries, those who see the truth
Nil
of
as
their
in nothing?
nourishing
Or
until
zero?
a time when it can subjugate the light and those who foolishly worship it. This time has come, and it is the children, born out of nothingness as we all are, the children who remain innocent witnesses, who will deliver our ultimate gift of darkness to the world. The child's imagination, unspoiled by truth, can plant the seed of the impossible. And that seed's roots will take hold of the soil of reality, untethered by its limitations. But our children need guidance.
Oh yeah,
So
it's
we
the same.
shall
It's the
guide
same
them,
energy as Bioshock
darkening
Infinite.
the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path of the light and take us all into the valley so that we may return to our unchained
There's a
darkness.
zero chance I'm taking the gift back. I ain't taking that shit back.
Will be, and we shall rejoice.
Okay. The ad break's gonna start any second, so we're just gonna put this here for now, and we will be back in just a minute. I'm going to give you all the game, and I'm gonna let Coco out of the room, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Ad break's gonna start any second, so give me a second. Where's the game? There it is. All right. And I will see y'all in just a little bit. Don't burn anything down. It's illegal. Because I said so. All right. What'd I miss? Who died? Any arson? Did Ordain die? I don't think Ordain said anything in a little bit. Ordain! Quick, I gotta do my usual thing. Gotta ping him. Followed by he who. Excellent. What? Hi, Ordain. That's all. Oh, goodness. Sorry, one of them. I was nibbling on some of the leftover chicken salad and some chips that I got. And the chips that I have are Carolina Reaper. And when I put one in my mouth earlier, I think it scraped like the back of my tongue. So the Carolina Reaper like powder is on the back of my tongue and it kind of hurts. Raise his hand for arson. Instructions not clear. Which part of no arson is not clear? Can I not lay here in my bed in peace? I just had to make sure I had to see what you were doing. I'm nosy like that, and you failed. You failed me, chat. What do you have to say for yourself? What have you done? Even flow. Listen, Even Flow has the funniest fucking lyrics to just butcher. It's a very fun song to just butcher. I tried. You did your best. Okay. You did your best. Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. All right. All right. All right. So where was I? All right. Where's the game? Where's the game? There we go. Shut up. Anyway, new videotape. Let's have a party. We like to party. We like to party. Corn dogs from us that are 100% not stock. Did you take my corn dogs?
I'm Amanda.
Did you take my corn dogs? Wait, those corn dogs fight back. Wait. Fuck, there was a price. There was a price on that banner. Son of a bitch! Wow, we actually have an intro now.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Oh god, all the balloons are dead.
Today, we are having a fancy party to welcome home a friend I thought I had lost. I really missed you, Ellie. I thought you were gone forever.
Wasn't Ellie from the first game?
Everyone is all dressed up and ready for the party. Now, we just need to figure out where everyone will sit. Wooly, will you help me? Come on, Wooly. Our guests are only happy when they're in the right seats at the table.
Everyone
And
has said
the party
dad.
can't
No, not
start
dad.
Until they're happy.
I don't know if I want to play anymore, Amanda.
You're the one who wanted the party, bucko.
Well, you don't have to play with me all the time, Wooly. Maybe I don't want you here all the time.
Well, does it matter what I want? Do you ever even think about what I want? No, nobody does.
You're
All
an adult.
anyone does is make promises that they can't keep.
Okay, so what do you want, Wooly?
Oh.
You know what I want?
Fuck.
I want everything to go back to the way it was, Amanda. All I've ever wanted is a nice place where things make sense. A place where we can be best friends forever. You don't have to think about what's going on anywhere else, Amanda. You keep pushing and pushing and pushed, and now it's all broken. Why do you
His
have
eyes
so
disappeared.
many questions?
There's a bone in his arm.
You and your stupid plan. Just let things be.
Oh no, he's turned into a floor
Just being
puff.
polite. I don't need your help. Huh. We need to figure out where our friends will sit for the party. The party can't start until they're all in the right places. Oh, and just so you know, my friends get
I'm leaving
a
the sweat on,
little
'cause I'm
upset
getting
if
sweaty.
the party doesn't start on time. You'll still help me, won't you?
Yes? Yes? Hold on, I need to know if there's something else with this. I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions. No. We like to party. We like to party. Wait. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter too much here. Dog? Nah.
Great!
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna try something.
Maggie.
That's a symbol. That's a symbol. Is it you? Yeah, it's you. Okay. Put you like here for now.
Over the centuries, those who see the truth of them
Wait. You haunting monstrosity.
Stick to this slick shtick.
children who remain innocent with
Okay.
She loves to be in charge when she is able, so she's only happy at the head of the table. Ellie.
Okay, hold on. Head of the table? I'm guessing that means
untethered
here?
by its limitations. But our children need guidance, and so we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may escape the rigid path of the light and take us all into the valley.
Guess not.
We may return to our unchanged.
Maybe it'll become interactable later.
She wants to be in close reach of the cake.
Okay, and then Ellie has this one's Ellie.
Who among us has not been told that in the beginning there was light?
I'm just gonna put you
pure
over
truth,
here.
And that this was the original
Get you
gift
down
of
here.
God.
I'm kind of just throwing these in random places. And then you. And that's all 5, but we'll see where you go in a second.
And Kitty's near to keep an eye on any move that Ellie makes. Jaws adores Maggie, but Kitty she detests. And Clementine will sit wherever you think is best. Can you figure out where they all belong?
Okay. So you like to be able to look at. Okay. Oh, okay, they're lit up. Head of table.
Children, born out of nothingness as we all are.
Ellie is the little hoopty one, which I think I
Will
threw over
deliver
here.
our ultimate
Okay.
gift of darkness to the world. The child's imagination, unspoiled by
Which
truth,
counts as
can plant
being
the
a
seed of the
cross
impossible.
from.
And that seed's roots will take hold in the soil.
Okay. So Clementine's last. So whatever's remaining is where that one goes. The table. Oh, Ellie likes to be closest to the cake. Just has to be that one.
What is
So
not
here.
will.
Right? And then a cross. I'm guessing is it this one? Would this one be a cross? So dots goes
That in the
here?
beginning there was light, pure truth.
Or is it here?
That this was the original gift.
Counts as the cross.
That over the millennia we have tarnished this gift by
Put you here for now.
my brothers.
Oh, to look at Kitty? I thought she said Ellie. Okay, then.
This is our gift. Over the centuries, those who
Is that it?
nourished until a time when it
So
can
then-
subjugate the light and those who foolishly worship it. This time has
That's
come.
right. Wait, that's. No, it's the curly one is there.
The children.
So this is the last one.
Innocent witness
And then this one
will
has to be
deliver
a
our
cross?
ultimate gift of darkness to the world.
Question mark?
The child's imagination, unspoiled by truth, can plant the seed of the impossible.
Here?
And that seed's roots will take hold of
Awesome
the
Kitty?
reality, untethered by its limitations. But our children need guidance, so we shall guide them, darkening the road ahead of them so they may
Is that
escape the
right?
rigid path of the light. Take us all to the valley, so that we may return to our unchanged
I guess? I guess.
They're all exactly where they want to be.
Oh, thank God.
Time
Okay.
for the party. I'm going to give you something. Don't be scared. When you have it in
Too
your
late.
hands, put it in the middle of the circle. And then come meet me.
It's our very origin. We are born of concealment. We are born of darkness. We are born of nothingness. Before our birth, there was the great mill. This is our truth. This is our gift. Over the centuries, those who have nurtured.
Seventh birthday? Okay.
In a house near here, but so far away, there was a little girl who loved roller coasters and the beach and the color orange and cake with sprinkles and looking up at the stars to find pictures in them. One day, all the little girl's friends came to the house. It was a special day. It was the little
Well, they're supposed to be the
girl's
silhouettes that
birthday.
they've been using
She
for
was
these like
7,
memory tapes.
which her daddy told her was
But-
a very lucky number.
I think we
When the
get the
little
bad
girl
ending because we
looked at
don't have all of the secret
presents,
tapes.
She tried to guess what was in each package. The little girl concentrated very hard. She closed
I'm
her
heavily unsettled
eyes
too.
and saw
Because I'm pretty
pictures
sure we're
in
gonna
her
get the
mind.
bad ending And I'm kind of scared to see what the bad ending is.
Friends wrapping each gift. She could feel the love in their hearts. The pictures were so clear.
Wait, that's the teddy bear from...
The little girl knew it was just her imagination.
Wait, these are all the stuffed animals that we saw.
Every single one was exactly what she had pictured.
These were all in the office.
The little girl was excited, but she also felt a little scared. She never told anyone about what she saw in her mind. Not even her daddy.
Thing is, I don't think that happens. Okay. Hi, Amanda. She has massive fucking gouges on her. She's a teenager already. Kaiju fight! Wait, Rebecca? Oh, Amanda was the fake name, wasn't it? Ash, how was your stream? How was your... I gotta go change the tab.
I'll never be whole again.
And there's our bad ending.
Help me leave this place.
Okay. Oh, it just fades to black. I don't know. I think this is the bad ending. End of an adventure. Found her. As fuck, those are gonna watch you play your bands. Hey, we just did the bad ending, so we're gonna try to go for the good ending, I guess. Hey, we still got a little bit of time. We still got a little bit of time. Let me go ahead and swap over. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, the Raiders. Those of you from Ash's stream, though, who don't know me, my name is Mart. I'm the ringleader of Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. Amanda the Adventure 3 came out just last Thursday, so this was our second day of playing it. I'm pretty sure we just got the bad ending, because in these games, it's usually, oh, what's the word? You usually have to get all of the, like, secret tapes, the colorful tapes, and I doubt there's only 3. I'm pretty sure we were missing one, because I remember there being, like, a baby blue one in all the others. But I hope you had a good stream. I hope at least the art came out good. Even if it's a quiet day, though. I saw some of the stuff you were working on. I had it open. I'm pretty sure I opened it before I went to the gym this morning. I was like, dang, Ash is up early. Leaving that one on. Mega streak sulking hours? Listen, Carrie, it's fine. You're gonna sulk all the way back until you get the big streak again. It'll be okay. Making myself work? Ugh. Listen, the things you gotta do for success. Redacted. Redacted, 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 redacted. Oh no, it's SCP all over again. Crew? But why is crew not redacted? Oh, maybe it's because it's something we didn't... Maybe it's the secret tapes we didn't get. Maybe? Maybe? Whee! I didn't know redacted worked on this game. Creative Commons items. Interesting. You're really on the rum train today, aren't you, Phaedric? Okay. So we have 3 tapes. And I know we missed one, so luckily we can go to... Office start. Okay. Yeah. We'll see if we can speedrun it. Okay, is it still gonna give us all the other tapes that we had? Fuck! No, it's from the beginning. Shit! Okay. Fuck you, Blurbo. Go in there.
Better.
Candy.
Bugs.
Actually, hold on a second.
Sometimes you need to stop and think about your options. Now would be a good time to pause and step back.
Wait a second. We're just gonna do it this way.
What about you, Wooly?
Methinks.
What's your favorite?
I'm not really in the mood for candy, Amanda.
Joyce.
Skip. I do have all of these passcodes written down, so this shouldn't take too long. It's the middle one. Move it along!
Cattails!
Yes, I know you're pissed. Anyway. Blurbo, fuck you, shut the fuck up. Anyway. 7, 5.
8, 2, 0.
Hey Barry, it's Kara here. I got your message about the video archive. I'm trying to remember what
Fuck
the
you,
code for that
Blurbo!
folder box was. I thought I'd written them all down for you before.
Return to Blabbit? Oh my god.
My little trivia brain is correct.
But if you need to take a break, Ash, if you haven't already scampered away, I totally understand. Get that food, get that bathroom break. You've been working all morning. Into the afternoon, literally.
Any word on further layoffs? I heard the initial sweep had something to do with the Colton family. Hard to know for sure.
And then this was the 4307 that we got earlier.
Anyway, keep following the fun, buddy. All right, bye.
$4307. Which, okay, no, actually, give us all the tapes. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. What else did we need? That's an achievement. Okay. Okay. You. Oh, shit. No, that's not what I wanted. Cancel.
8, 6, 3, 0, 9. That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice-cold prize is Kathy and Barry.
Okay, then we had this one, which was 9. Oh, why did I do it there? 9, 0, 3, 6. And this should be the roller coaster tape. Yeah, amusement park. Okay.
Maybe you can help?
We gotta do this, which is... Gotta do the things that Amanda wants to do, so... No? Oh, we put both of them on the board? Okay.
I can't wait to ride on my favorite carousel horse. Carousel. What's your favorite animal on the carousel?
It's the motherfucking chicken, baby! Oh, I misspelled it. Chicken.
That's my favorite.
Held up the baby gate? Apparently.
Which game do you want to play?
It was the ball throw one. Ball throw. Doink. 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 Doink.
Yes, maybe going on the...
And this was the roller coaster. Roller coaster. Let me take you for a ride. Let me take you for a ride. All right, it's reformatting. So this is the first video that we plug into the thingamadoohickey. Okay. Gib. Shut up, Flurbo. You know. Oh, we get stuck. Okay. The lack of color. Yeah, that's why it's supposed to be a work in progress clip. So it's like, it's very, very messy.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Next!
And please.
Next, we bring the mechs to stop an anomaly next. Anomaly next.
A tall man and a little girl
I can't skip through this
went
one.
to an amusement park. He
right.
lifted the little girl
That's fine.
onto a
We catch up on where we
carousel
are.
animal and stood next to her as she went round and round. The little girl smiled and laughed. After they rode the carousel, they played games together. The man said it was funny when she stuck her tongue out to concentrate on throwing a ball to make the milk bottles fall down. Maybe she looked funny, but she still won.
We can't skip the memory tapes.
The little girl that she was tall enough
Are these
to ride on the
non-anomalies?
roller coaster now.
I guess so. One of them's called, wasn't it one of them called the Colton anomaly?
To go.
Rebecca Colton, if you will.
High up and too scary. But the man told her that being scared
It's the
can
smoke
be fun,
monsters.
and that we don't know what we can do until we try. The
Smoke
little girl
monsters.
decided she could be brave. She got on the
The
ride
xenomorph looking
and
Amanda? Yes.
held her breath
There
while
is a
the
xenomorph
car
looking
climbed
Amanda.
up and
We'll
up
probably
and
see it whenever
up.
we get to the ending we're trying to get to.
It was racing down, down, down.
Does that make it an anomaly?
She
Yes.
felt like her tummy had butterflies in it. The little
I want to
girl
go to the
had
amusement
never
park again.
felt
It's been
like
so
that
long since I've gone to
before.
an amusement park.
She laughed.
I
and
need more
laughed.
roller coasters in my life.
When the ride was over, the man hugged her and said he was
More
so
roller
proud
coasters,
of
more
how
thrill
brave
rides.
She was.
All right, Chad, who wants to go to Six Flags? Actually, who wants to go on the Smiler?
Do just
We're going to
about
the UK for the sole purpose of riding the Smiler.
Because her daddy said she could.
I want to ride the Smiler. Just build more. You run a carnival? Listen. Okay. Cool. Oh, give tape. This one's the food one, I think? Come here. Quit your thudding.
Don't you think he should finish his food?
Okay, hold on. So first one's there. Okay, so this one was... It's hamburger. Milk. And then it was salad. Salad for vegetables. For vegetals. Salad. You. Okay, one done. Yeah. Yeah.
The milk group.
You should be eating a healthy mix of.
Okay. That's fine. I'm fine with pausing it there. It should still work. Oh, hey. I didn't realize those were there before. And then we can close this. Reopen it. Hamburger. Milk. And then it's... something else? Question mark? Question mark? Cake? Cake. Okay.
For a healthy to your food. What season?
Okay. Do it again. Except instead of it's burger, milkshake, cake again? Dessert, if you will. All the sweets, baby. All the sweets. Oh, right. That's how I get the next tape. A day at the beach. Okay, this is where we ended last time. This is now we're back at where we started at the beginning of stream. Hi, Cleo. How are you doing? All right. Oh wait, we have to finish this one.
Should we use?
Hit him with the lemon. Okay, how many tapes do we have? Is there only 4 in this one? I thought there were more in the other games. Because I know one of the ones we're missing. Oh well. That's fine. Put the tape in. We're gonna need pineapple. We're gonna need the hermit crab. Okay, so this is the pineapple smoothie. Which... You have a knife. Thanks, bud. Knife go here. Where is the conch? Get in there. Take banana. Take you. Give me the milk. And then the pineapple. Not the mango. Excuse me, pardon me. I have to now feed a VHS a pineapple milkshake. And then we need the sunglasses, which I did not actually grab out of the...
No, what it was?
It's fine. The light bulb is still inside the office, so... Light bulb. Yoink. Yoink. See, we almost did it. We almost got the good ending on our own.
How do I look? The judge. We saw it.
Okay. You. Wink. Into the VHS with you. Sam's rescue attempt? Sam's rescue attempt.
Look at how funny he moves.
Huh? Oh, okay, that's right. Then it's another beach memory. No longer compatible with this device. Please insert into compatible device. All right. Here. Sam's rescue attempt. Oh, that was the first tape, wasn't it? That was the very first tape.
Who loved her. She lived with her daddy, and she had a best friend. Not a fake best friend who looked like a funny animal, but a real best friend. A little girl. Just like her.
Okay.
They had so much fun together. One day, the girl's
the first tape we got, the red tape, was the one that was like his rescue attempt from like the point of view of the security guy that was doing the security on it.
A pineapple smoothie and it was tangy and tasted like sunshine.
Fucking love pineapple, dude.
They bought
Pineapple's
matching
delicious.
sunglasses
Everybody
on
who
the
doesn't like pineapple and
boardwalk
pizza is a coward.
and
Put up your
them
dukes.
on
We're
and
fighting,
ran
chat.
down to the
We're fighting,
water.
chat.
They jumped into the
Catch these
waves
hands.
and looked for seashells. A little crab walked across their toes, and the little girl and her friend laughed at his funny little
Tried to cross
walk.
cheetah and crab jeans. I'm worried because this could go sideways for real, but shut the
All way
fuck
back
up, not
to their
so.
beach towel.
I'm allergic to pineapple
It
though.
was one of the best days.
This the next thing I say is
little girl's
entirely a
life.
joke. Your bloodline is weak and you are weak. You will not survive the winter. I wave the white flag, eat the pineapple pizza. Bacon, spinach, pineapple. Go try it. Get like Domino's. Get like one of the cheap like $6 or like $7 Domino's specials and get it on a medium pizza. I promise you it's delicious. Okay. I'm broke. I'm sorry. It's like $6, $7. You go pick it up yourself. All right. So these have numbers, don't they? Oh, 4. Okay. Oh, 8. Okay. So 04 and 08.
Step inside.
Hamburger salad? Is that right? Huh. Okay. So we'll grab the hamburger first. Hamburger was 4. How did I put it in there? Salad.
Step inside.
Is 8, which is going to be the opposite side. So then this one is 2. Oh, I'm like placing them in front. Okay. 2 is ham and cheese sandwich, which is moldy, unfortunately. Ham and cheese sandwich. 2 you. Oh wait, I forgot the other one. 5. Mint chocolate ice cream. I don't know why it's in the refrigerator, but it'll have to do. It's probably a little melting. We make a mean ice cream. Okay. 07. Pizza. Okay. I knew this was going to be relevant at some point. I just didn't know when. Oh, I forget. I didn't look at the other one. 1. Okay. 01 chocolate cake. Why does 01 get an entire chocolate cake, but some people only get like a single piece of sushi? Oh, 06. 03. Milk and sashimi. Uh-oh. Oh, the sashimi reset. Duh. Never mind, this was a stupid idea. Okay, which one like the sashimi? 3. Okay, just so I don't fuck it up here at the end. 3, 6. You're 3. Okay. Milk. Yoink. Thanks, you're very nice and we like you. We left a gift in the fridge. Bye. Cool. Fridge. Oh, hello. Hello. Let me put you in here, please and thank you.
3 years after taking over production, Hamlin Entertainment has pulled the plug on beloved community TV show Amanda the Adventurer. Once a modest public access children's program, Amanda the Adventurer was purchased from local producer Sam Colton and became a high-tech and higher-budgeted animated series. Series creator Colton whose current whereabouts remain unknown, often emphasize that Amanda the Adventurer is all about the power of children's imaginations.
Well,
Okay.
I wanted to create a show that teaches
Augustine
children
Animation
that
Studio,
our
thank you for the
world
follow.
is a
Welcome in. How are you
magical
doing?
place, that there are little adventures waiting around every corner in their very own neighborhood. The show is a celebration of kids' imaginations.
I used to think public access
But
was
really,
low budget, but this is even
it's all
lower
Rebecca.
budget than normal public
As soon as
access
I
that
met
I've
my
seen.
beautiful daughter, the inspiration was there. You know, she was so young when I adopted her. And despite what she's gone through, she's always seen the world with such kindness and joy.
Oh.
She's the light of
So
my
he
life.
adopted
And
Rebecca.
it makes me so happy to share that light with our community.
Colton disappeared shortly after striking a deal with Hamlin in late 2002. Initially resistant to the involvement of outside forces,
No, Sam
he
Colton's the
signed
one
over
that
both
snuck
the
in the
rights
first tape we
and,
had.
according to an anonymous source, stewardship of his adopted daughter Rebecca to the company. Since that acquisition, Rebecca has not appeared in public, adding to
To
growing
have
concerns
stewardship
regarding
handed
what
over
goes
to a
on
TV
inside the
production
company's
company
maximum
is
security facility.
insane.
I've been delivering to Hamlin for years. I only ever saw one person there. Same guy, day or night. Real sketchy. I think they live up there like some sort of commune, man. And when those kids disappeared, I don't care what their people said. They had something to do with it. Kensdale used to be a peaceful place. Then they got here, things got real weird. Real weird.
Okay.
Some members of the community have suggested that Amanda the Adventurer is not the innocent program it once was, pointing to disappearances of local children and accusations of harmful influence. Faced with mounting public outcry, Hamlin has maintained denial of any wrongdoing, but declined an invitation to provide a statement to our team.
Oh, that's the guy that was at the press
The
conference.
Kensdale community has been left with more questions than answers.
So people
surrounding
should
the
call a
show's
van full of
announced
teenagers to
cancellation
solve this
and
mystery?
the reclusive nature of its young star.
I think it is all of the tapes.
We will share further
If it is,
details
we could
of the
probably
story
skip
as
to
they
the
develop.
end
Coming up.
by
Think
opening the
hot dogs
door.
are only for summer barbecues? Think again. When we return, we'll catch up with Chef Adrian Dingle, who's relishing all the unexpected ways you can add a little weenie magic to your Thanksgiving.
Hey chat, you gonna have some weenie magic this Thanksgiving? The Seaman Demon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right, I mean, it looks like there's supposed to be more, but is there actually? I don't think there is. Right? Is there only 4 tapes? Okay. I think we have all of them. Okay. And then... Okay. Just in case. Blabo, come here.
0, 0, 0, 0, 0. They say 1's the loneliest number, but I think it's 0.
There's 5 tapes? What do you mean there's 5 tapes? What's the 5th one? What are we missing? What tape are we missing? Oh. Okay. Let's do this. Because there's something we haven't done in this section that I'm just gonna cheese because I don't know how to get it. I'm not sure where we're supposed to get it. You, chuckle fuck, come here. Rebecca, honey, I'm so proud of you, and I know that our friends are taking care of you while I'm away. You can trust them, sweetheart. Have fun and do your best, just like you always do. Daddy loves you and is always thinking about you. I'll see you again soon. There's Ellie. What do I do with you? To the TV? Maybe. No. Doesn't seem like there's... Oh, I just realized this disappeared. Okay. I want to see if that would do anything. Is this actually for anything? Okay. Even in the guide thing, it says that it's unknown. There's no clue what it's for yet. And it's currently apparently irrelevant to the story, so maybe it's for a future update or something. Are we ready to start this next part? Is this what we want to do? Is there anything else? What other tapes are we missing? On the floor in here? No, there's no tape in here. This is just, it's paper and then it was the camera. Can't go back that way. Attaché case. Nothing here. I think there's only 4 tapes. Although it does bother me that they're not centered. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let's go to the top. Red tape, blue tape, and then orange tape, green tape, right? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's only orange tape. It's only the 4. All right, so we gotta go do the most stressful part of this game. Meow. What's happening? Also, my stomach hurts.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
Oh shit, that's right. I can't skip through this first section part.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt is a game where
We'll have Pokemon Mewtwo on it?
all
What?
the things on a list.
What?
Come on, let's go.
Kids bonked, you fucking dork.
I know what you've been doing out there. And it's not going
Lily, let's play.
Move along, loser.
You can't change anything.
Keep her moving then.
Are you ready to start the hunt?
Oh, I don't think it's gonna let me skip it because it probably thinks I'm doing this for the first time.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
Do you
Can I get
see
a snooze on the ad break? There it is.
Okay. Employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol.
Good job.
Yeah, it does this
See it over
first,
there.
and then
Willie, check the purple fire hydrant off our list.
bad noises.
The next thing on the list is
Tree and Sun, which is this one.
Okay, Willie, what's next?
Flower and building. Flower, flower.
here.
The Treesh can, of course, naturally, Treesh can. Wait. Wait. This one? I think it was this one, wasn't it? Okay. And the other one is going to be the error.
Do you see?
Wait. Okay, yeah. This one's the error one. Okay. Between the sleep chambers and start to now the dissolving bodies fuck me up. It's very concerning. Because the whole place seems to be abandoned. Oh no, I have one. I have one open. Okay. We are leaving, soldier! Okay, then I think we can actually skip this next like puzzle just by opening the door. Methinks. Because we know the code for it already, so we don't have to do the doll puzzle again. Big question mark? Well, because she gave him the name. Okay, so this was 4739. I wrote it down. I even marked it with church door.
This, my brother, listen, is a lie. Darkness is not covering the truth. It's our very origin.
Okay.
We are born of concealment. We are born of darkness. We are born of nothing.
This one? Yeah. And then the butterfly-ish one, which was like here?
Until a time when it can subjugate the light and those who wish.
It doesn't really matter because we technically already got it. That one we can ignore.
As we all are. The children
because there.
who remain innocent.
Okay. Skip.
I want everything to go back to the way it was. Amanda, all I've ever wanted is a nice place where things make sense. A place where we can be best friends forever. You don't have to
Go ahead, King. Have your crash out. It's fine. Because he was in storyboards unless somehow those were made that moment. We know Chicken Scratch was one of the kids in the pods, just like Woolie's in the pod, which was probably the error one. And Amanda has her own pod room. Likely because she's the linchpin of the whole thing.
Just let things be.
Was Jordan? Okay. Woolie killed him, and it was one of the 8.
Well, I was just being polite. I don't need your help.
Just a puffball on the floor is very funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure his was it, because whenever the possum pointed at Woolie, and we had to flip the switch for the error pod.
Party can't start until they're all in the right places. Oh, and just
Make
so
another
you
snooze.
know, my friends get a little upset if
More
the party
snoozes.
doesn't start on time. You'll still help me, won't you?
See.
Great! Is best. Can you figure out?
Okay. So we know that this one goes at the head.
Can plant the seed of the impossible. And that seed's roots will take hold in the soil of reality,
And then
untethered by its
you were
limitations.
here.
But our children need guidance.
What are you? Ellie. Ellie goes near to the cake, which is over here.
Take us all
You go. Wait, which one are you? That's fine. I can probably pick it up, right? Cat. Okay, okay. I think we're still good. Where's the other? Is it in here? Oh, yeah. You!
Among us has not been told.
You're the one that's just like, doesn't care. Okay, okay. She needs her snoozes.
They're all exactly ready.
Okay.
I'm going to give you something. Don't be scared. When you have it in your hands, put it in the middle of the circle. And then come meet me.
Okay.
Till a time when it can subjugate the light and those who
Okay. Yoink. I don't think I can snooze this one because this is another memory one, isn't it? What the fucking
But so far away. There was a
How's this gonna be better?
girl
I think the
who loved
cutscene at the end is gonna be
roller
different.
coasters And the beach, and the color orange, and cake
think?
with sprinkles,
Maybe?
and looking up at the stars
I don't think it makes
to
the good
find
ending
pictures in
unobtainable
them.
right now if there's like a
One
missing
day, all
secret
the
tape
little
in the
girl's
game.
friends came to the house. It was a special day.
Again, it really does look like the house is kind of
little
on
girl's
fire with these
birthday.
silhouettes.
She was 7, which her daddy told her was a very lucky number. When the little girl looked at all the presents, she tried to guess what was in each package. The little girl concentrated very hard. She closed her eyes and saw pictures in her mind.
Is this basically hinting
Pictures
at
were
us
of
that
her
Amanda was
friends
psychic?
Wrapping each gift. She could feel the love in their hearts.
Right?
The pictures were so
I feel like that's
clear.
what this is heavily insinuating.
But the little girl knew it was just her imagination. But when she opened
I don't think it was, ma'am.
every single one was exactly what she had pictured.
Or are we gonna find out that she's a reality
The little
bender?
girl was excited.
She's either psychic or she
she
bends
also
reality.
felt a little scared. She never told anyone about what she saw.
One of only
in
2
her
endings?
mind.
Okay.
Not even her daddy.
Hi, Tootsie. Oh my god, it's the emote that's always out of sync. Anyway, kids, welcome to hell. Walk into the TV static. What? Go ahead, Tootsie. Post all your dancy gifs. All your dancy emotes. Do it. Show chat. It still feels like we have a lot of stuff unresolved with this. Aside from freeing Amanda. Like, there has to be more, right? I feel like there's more to this whole story. We can't just save Rebecca and just say it's all better. See? Out of sync. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, I'm hoping this one's different. I'm hoping this one's different. Boy band? Oh my god. More snooze! Thank you for hitting the snooze button. Beeps. Beeps. Oh, it is different. Okay. Why are you... Did you beat the shit out of the woolly one? Oh, that's an arm missing.
Give it to me.
You have it in your hand. I'm not holding it anymore.
This is for both of us.
terrifying.
You didn't leave me.
Okay. Okay, but who's doing anything about Hamlin?
Go find Miss Nancy's kitchen. She gave us all these blueberries from her garden. Dad!
Cut!
I'm sorry, Daddy. I spilled the berry.
You're doing great, sweetheart. I'm so proud of you.
I love you, Daddy.
Trevor, are you still rolling, you rascal? Come on, we'll get back these berries after lunch. And I mean it this time, cut.
Okay. But where's the dad? Is there gonna be another game? I have questions. Why is Hamlin still standing? Why is there no seemingly employees inside this facility? Are they all dead? Did Wooly kill them all? Or did the Colton asset, the Amanda monster, kill them all? Again, where's the fucking dad? Are these just things I'm not remembering? Oh, God, I don't know. I don't know! Was that like 8 innings? I thought this one was supposed to be the last one, though, for some reason. All secret tapes unlocked. Yay! Hold on, did I 100% it? That's the important part. No! I'm missing 2! Oh, you have to do an entire playthrough without using the 9111111. And die to both Monster Manda and Monster Wooly. It's not Monster Amanda, it's Monster Manda. Wait, at which point can we die to Monster Manda? I don't know. I don't know, that's a good question. Maybe if like how we got them wrong a couple times when we were doing the Wooly part when like the alarm was blaring. Maybe. The Monster Mash? Yeah, we missed those two. Those are the 2 achievements we missed. Damn it. Damn it. I'm upset. But to call her a monster? Nah, I think Manda Monster or Monster Manda is better. But that is going to be it for today, guys. It is already past 4 o'clock. We are going to be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think, is... What did I put on the schedule tomorrow? I don't remember. It was... Oh, Crime Scene Cleaner. We're going back to Crime Scene Cleaner because they have some new missions. There's some new stuff for... I'm brain farting. For Crime Scene Cleaner. But now we need to find somebody to raid. Is anybody doing... I know who we're raiding. Immediately find somebody who's doing something spooky. We are probably gonna raid, methinks, Mom VT, but I want to double check, see if there's anybody else at Freeze Live, but nah. I don't know. I think we are going to end up going with Mom. Because Mom's doing something... Hey, somebody mentioned Look Outside, right? We could go raid Elowen, who's doing Look Outside. Yeah, Mom VT. Everybody's mom, don't you know what? Oh, I froze. Why did I freeze? It's such a good game. All right, we'll raid Elowen. Because I don't think I've ever rated Elowen, and we've rated Mom the last couple weeks, I'm pretty sure. If not, I can always make it up. No. All right. Chat, I'm throwing you at a sick-looking pirate. But I think that's it. I think that's pretty much everything. I will see you guys tomorrow, noon CDT or noon CT. I don't remember if it's daylight savings or standard time right now. I don't remember. Called Don't Look Outside? Nah, this is a different game called Look Outside. There is one that's Don't Look Outside, but that's a different game. What do we want to do? Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll do the knife emotes. And it'll be... We beat the preschooler. Even though she's technically not the villain, but that works for me. That'll be the right message. I will see you guys tomorrow. Stay out of trouble. Have fun. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. Until then, though, guys. Later. Don't burn anything down.